Good afternoon and welcome to the Progressive Caucus Action Fund's 2022 Summit, Winning Change That's Built to Last. I'm Alan Barber, Policy Director at the Progressive Caucus Action Fund, and I'll be emceeing today's virtual event. Now, for those of you who may not know us, the Progressive Caucus Action Fund works to advance people-centered policies that build racial, economic, and gender justice. We fight for the progressive policy changes that protect our communities, that strengthen our democracy, and make sure every person can live a safe, healthy, dignified, and full life. We unite organizers, activists, strategists, researchers, and policy wonks to advance real solutions that build a more just, equitable, and resilient nation. Now, we're here today because we know that real change never takes place because of the actions of a powerful few. Change that lasts, change that has a transformative effect on people's lives, is only possible through a movement. When people fight for progress in their own communities and join together to make their voices heard at their city halls, in their state capitals, and in Washington. Today is an opportunity for us to come together as a movement, to celebrate all that we've achieved and to reflect on what we've learned and to gear up for the fights ahead. We didn't get to this moment just through some fluke, though. We got here through years of organizing. We organized for worker power over corporate power. We organized to protect our environment instead of tax breaks for the wealthy. And we organized to craft a foreign policy that calls for a respectful community of nations that isn't beholden to the military-industrial complex. I can't deny that we've lost some important battles recently, but we're not done yet. Now is the time to claim and protect those hard-fought wins and to strategize ways to make our democracy stronger for everyone that lives here. The show in Eiffel recently said, I don't know of anything in the history of Black people in this country in which I've read some account in which it ended with, and then they gave up. And as long as our movement continues to center Black, brown, and BIPOC communities, giving up before we make it across the finish line just isn't in us. And it's because of that tenacity that policies that were once dismissed as a pipe dream or just a few short years ago are now at the heart of the conversation. So now's the time to reflect and plan our path forward. So today we're going to hear from the heart of our movement, organizers and labor leaders and advocates fighting for transformational change every day. We'll also hear from special guest elected champions and how together our movement worked and is working to advance democracy and voting rights, racial and gender justice, a just foreign policy, economic equality, solutions to the climate crisis, and so much more. Thank you for taking the time to join us today. Let's get started. It's my honor to introduce our first opening speaker, founding president and CEO of Voto Latino, Maria Teresa Escobar. Maria Teresa Escobar is an activist, social entrepreneur, and Emmy-nominated MSNBC contributor seeking to shake up the political process. Voto Latino, the country's leading Latinx voter registration and advocacy organization, reaches an audience of 29 million people on social media and has registered over 1 million voters since its inception. It's part of the reason Fast Company named her one of the most creative business minds in the country. Elle magazine named her among the 10 most influential women in DC, and Hispanic Executive named her among the 10 most influential Latinos. Maria Teresa serves on the boards of Emily's List and the World Economic Forum's Global Shapers. She is a World Economic Forum Young Global Leader and a Council on Foreign Relations Life member. She has also served as a legislative staffer for Democratic Caucus Chairman and is a graduate of both Harvard's Kennedy School and UC Davis. Maria Teresa's indefatigable work to lift up the voices of the Latinx community and ensure those voices are heard in halls of power is awe-inspiring. She's doing the hard work that's necessary to build power for the rest of us, and is an expert on the topic that's brought us together today, how to win change that is built to last. Welcome, Maria Teresa Escobar.
Thank you, Ellen. That was more than a generous introduction. Hopefully we'll live up to it for the rest of the conversation. I hope that you are well. And I also want to thank Liz Watson for her fearless leadership. I have to tell you, I'm so happy to be here. We need more of these moments of community, and the Progressive Caucus Action Fund Summit does just that. I'm honored to open this event alongside my friend, Congresswoman Fearless Leader Pramila Jayapal, who has been a champion for the policies that can have a transformative impact, not just in Latino communities, but in every single corner of America. From defending the right to vote, to seeing comprehensive immigration reform, to women's agency over her bodies, the list goes on. And we're gathered at a challenging moment for our country, for our movement, and for our communities. And I think it's safe to say that for each of us on a personal level, these couple of years have not been easy. And for a long time, we thought that 2021 was going to give us a little bit of relief, but no, that was a tough year. We have to recognize and honor the lives that have been lost to COVID, to climate disasters, to the continued police brutality, and to senseless gun violence. After the madness and the trauma of the former administration, a lot of people were hoping that 2021 could just be normal. Of course, as you all know, it wasn't. We're still facing the challenges of COVID, physically and emotionally. I'm grateful, at least, that my children are back in the classroom and not with me. And while there's been real important progress when it comes to how the federal government is addressing the challenges confronting us, we all know that change cannot come fast enough because there have been so many years that put us behind. But I want to focus not on the threats that we're facing, because those are real and we know it, but it's the power that we hold right now together that has allowed us to have this conversation openly and candidly. Make no mistake that 2020 elections were a profound inflection point for this country. Just ask the twice impeached former president. As many of us knew all along, and as the rest of the country is finding out every time we learn more about the events leading up to January 6th, the former president's priority has always been to shield his own ego and ensure success for himself and his cronies, no matter the cost or the casualties. Following a fair election, he tried to cling to power, even when it was clear that the cost of his actions was the loss of our democracy. But he learned that in this country, despite our flaws and our unrealized promises, democracy still matters. And millions of us are willing to fight for it. The former president says he doesn't accept the election results, but he still got on a plane to fly back to Mar-a-Lago. That didn't happen because he gave up. It didn't happen because he was unwilling to lie, cheat, or steal to stay in the White House. It certainly wasn't because he respected the law and cared about our democracy. It happened because we did not allow it to. The power of our voices as one of a multicultural America saying we wouldn't stand by and watch our way of life crumble before our eyes forced him and his allies to relent. It happened through our votes and through our relentless, innovative organizing. If we had run up the score in some states, flipped unflippable states, and continued to organize well after Election Day, we might be having a different conversation. But in the 2020 election featured the highest voter turnout since 1900, Joe Biden received more votes than had ever been cast by a presidential candidate. It's hard to believe, but he received 12 million more votes than President Barack Obama. Trump was the first incumbent president to be denied a second term in 28 years. And let's not forget Georgia, which not only supported a Democratic presidential candidate for the first time since 1992, but it sent not one, but two senators, Democratic senators to Congress, including the first Black senator to represent that state. And that happened on our watch. It took an unprecedented effort to register, organize, run for office, and turn out voters, including a new generation of voters who were able to flex their muscles at the ballot box for the first time. And between 2012 and November 3rd of 2020, I can proudly say that Voto Latino has registered 1.1 million people. However, in 2020, Voto Latino, we registered 617,000 of those in this election cycle. We turned out over 223,000 Latino voters in Georgia and turned out and registered 33,000 in Arizona. President Biden won both those states by less than 12,000 votes. We organized 3.7 million low propensity voters. And what makes me perhaps most proud is that we increased the electoral base. 52% of those registered voters who turned out were first-time voters. We committed more than $33 million to our campaigns to ensure that young voices of multicultural America was heard at the ballot box. But our efforts were not at the vacuum at Voto Latino. Many organizations dedicated to reproductive freedom, racial justice, LGBTQ equality, environmental protections, and a fair shot for working people pulled out all the stops to make sure that even the former president's lies couldn't keep him in power. In fact, we did our job so well that there are people now who want to change the rules and change it at the state legislators who are turning out new laws intended to stop our communities from accessing the ballot box. Every single American should take offense to that. Every Republican senator is trying to let them do it, saying nothing of the 2 Democratic senators, sadly, who feel that a fantasy of bipartisan cooperation on an issue that actively advantages a party and arcing Senate rules are more important than the most fundamental right for every American, and that is the right to vote. But the truth remains, our people are our power. Our ability to make change is directly tied to our efforts to organize and empower our communities. Work still needs to be done in Congress. We know this. But I'm not giving up on voting rights legislation, and neither should you. Make no mistake, despite the former president's lies, despite the obstruction from another party, despite the GOP messaging machine on Fox News, we have more power than they do because we continue to stand on the right side of history, empowering our communities, continuing to fight even when it's hard, and we continue to build each other up, even when they try to tear us down. And our power is all of us. Our commitment to equity and to justice and to our vote. And our opportunity to welcome more into our movement is only growing. Get this, we're going to have 6 million more eligible young voters for this midterm election, 2/3 of them who are kids of color. In Texas alone, that's 250,000 more youth who are Latino are going to be able to cast a ballot and decide the future of Texas and potentially our country. In the 22 midterm elections, our opponents are hoping that we'll sit this out, that some people will rest on their laurels because we got the aspiring autocrat out of office, and sometimes, obviously, and I have to tell you, because we're tired, and others because they're disappointed that change isn't coming fast enough. But we can't allow that to happen. If we're committed to the cause we care about, fulfilling a more perfect union, we have an obligation to fight and to keep fighting because our democracy is worth it. And that means working our hardest to make sure our communities show up at the ballot box, no matter how hard they try to keep us away, because we're on to them. We know how we win. We know how to change. Today, you'll be hearing from speakers about the progress we've made, the work at hand right now, and our path forward on issues that we deeply care about. This is an extraordinary gathering and opportunity to roll up our sleeves and recommit ourselves to the work ahead. We are defining America for the 21st century. And we're ready, and we know how to do it. Through the power of organizing, running for office, and voting, we defeated autocracy. We won the White House, the House, and the Senate, and now we need to double down in 2022 because the forces of hatred and division are powerful. They are simply no match for the power that we hold when we come together as a rising multicultural America to fight and to vote for the future to finally fulfill America's promise and this great democratic experiment. And that is what we deserve. Thank you so much. And do enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you so much, Marisa Teresa Kumar, for those inspiring words to kick off our summit. Next, I'm thrilled to turn the mic over to Bob Borsaj, a leading progressive writer, activist, and strategist. Bob is the co-founder of the Campaign for America's Future, a contributing editor to The Nation, and we're lucky enough to call him a board member of the Progressive Caucus Action Fund. Bob?
Thank you, Alan. And let me offer my gratitude to you, to CPC Action Fund Director Liz Watson, and to her incredibly talented team for putting together this Progressive Strategy Summit, and for much, much more. It's my pleasure today to be introducing our opening speaker, an extraordinary leader who's central to any serious progressive conversation about winning change, Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. She is the first South Asian American woman ever elected to Congress, and she's now serving only in her 3rd term, representing Washington's 7th District. In that remarkably short period of time, she's risen to become one of the most powerful leaders in Congress and one of the most powerful voices in the country. As the head of the CPC, she helped forge progressives into a significant force in the House, armed with a bold reform agenda and the votes to back it up. In the past year, she has galvanized her colleagues to stand together and to stand up for working and poor families, and made their case forcefully and clearly to the leadership, to the White House, to those standing in the way, and to the American people. Congresswoman Jayapal understands that true leaders don't simply follow polls, they mold opinion. She uniquely combines a commitment to principle with a remarkable capacity to bring people together to build power. And in exercising that power, she's earned an extraordinary reputation as an honest broker, an excellent strategist, and a master negotiator. She's the ideal person to lead us off, summarizing how far we have come and what remains to be done. It's my great pleasure to bring to you Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal.
Good morning and good afternoon, all. And Bob, thank you for that beautiful and extremely generous introduction. And most of all, thank you for your tremendous leadership on so many levels. My thanks also to the entire Progressive Caucus Action Fund and the entire team for putting this together, and also to my sister in the struggle, Maria Teresa Kumar, who has just been such an incredible champion and organizer for so long, and with so many results to show for that work. I am just thrilled to be here with everyone today to kick off the Progressive Strategy Summit. It always feels like home to be with activists and organizers. It's where I spent 20 years of my career before being elected to Congress. And this movement and our collective power is what guides me every single day in my work as a legislator. The me of 20 years ago really could never have imagined that I'd be in this particular position today. I did not set out to become a politician. Like many of you, I was called to this work because my community was under attack. On September 11th, 2001, I was a new American citizen, unpacking boxes in a new house in South Seattle. And I remember that I was still unpacking when a friend called me and told me to turn on the news. And I unpacked my tiny TV. I set it on the floor to watch what was happening in New York and Virginia and Pennsylvania. I was afraid for my own child's safety as I received so many tearful calls from friends who were also afraid to let their children out of the house. And in the days and weeks and months and years that followed, Arab, Muslim, South Asian, Middle Eastern, and Sikh people experienced hate crimes, unconstitutional surveillance, and detention. People were attacked on the streets just for wearing a hijab or a turban, because somebody believed that they looked like the people who carried out that attack, people who looked like me. And I couldn't sit by. So I gathered some friends and comrades and we began to fight back. And when I started organizing, I had never before spoken to a representative of Congress before. We were fighting not only for the things that happened right after 9/11, for racial justice, we were fighting for fair immigration reform. We were fighting for immigrant rights and fair treatment, and a time when it was deeply unpopular. And there were very few politicians back then who would even set foot in a mosque or even be seen to advocate publicly for comprehensive immigration reform. So it was an uphill battle going up against the Bush administration, and the work was vast. We had to fight special registrations, secret detentions, deportations in every community when it seemed like everything was stacked against us. And so how did we do it? We came together. We built a coalition of organizations and leaders who could work across difference and stand up for justice. Together, we protected 4,000 Somalis from deportation. We passed the first sanctuary city policy here in Seattle in 2002. We made sure we protected driver's licenses for everyone, regardless of immigration status. And we built the scaffold for the wave of resistance to the Muslim ban in 2017. When people flooded the airports across this country in solidarity. We did it when it wasn't easy and when it wasn't popular, because we did it together. We lived that truth that the strength of movements is the people who organize and increase that strength by being in coalition. We did it because we weren't just mobilizing, we were organizing. We were building leadership and power in service of a collective goal that we all believed in. At the start of 2022, we're in a critical moment for our country and for our democracy. And I know you all feel it, the crushing weight of the pandemic and the inequality that it both exposed and exacerbated. The wave of voter suppression and attacks on democracy sweeping the country, and just 1 year after an insurrection that was the worst attack on the United States Capitol since the War of 1812. And yes, 4 years of Trump and 2 years of COVID, with so much work ahead, still ahead. Many may feel disillusioned and deeply tired. And it may seem odd to kick off this summit by naming that, but I'm an organizer, and I believe that we must, because the first lesson of organizing is to meet people where they are. And this is where we are. If collective care and solidarity are going to be more than buzzwords, then we have to be honest about the fact that our people are hurting. The challenges of this moment may seem daunting, but I am undaunted. And I'll tell you why. Because I know that we as a progressive movement have never been better prepared to meet the challenges than we are right now. In 2021, you saw something truly remarkable that everyone, even our detractors, even the worst detractors of progressives, admit has never happened before. In a moment of governing, not just resisting, but governing, you saw the Congressional Progressive Caucus and our movement hold the line to leave nobody behind. You saw us turn our people into power, pull our numbers together, and work as a bloc to affect the legislative process and ultimately pass both the infrastructure bill and the Build Back Better Act through the House. You saw us move in concert with this movement to create the ultimate inside-outside megaphone and achieve our shared goals. And by us, I don't mean just a few organizations or even a few members. I mean over half of our 100-member Congressional Progressive Caucus bloc stuck together. And I was honored to lead these dedicated and passionate members of Congress in working for change and showing what it means to fight for something transformational through our collective power. Now, we entered this year with our largest caucus ever, best positioned to use that strength as soon as we were presented with the opportunity. But the work we did this last year didn't happen overnight. It took more than 5 years of dedicated and determined work. And I want to thank Mark Pocan, who was with me as co-chair in the last Congress, for his tremendous work, as well as the CPC's executive board, who have really stepped up to the plate in helping to transform the caucus. That transformation on the inside is why I came to Congress. It required building relationships, engaging and organizing members, and developing both strategy and tactics that could support a bloc play inside Congress with the movement outside alongside us. It meant instituting rules reforms and establishing a real value add for engaged CPC membership and developing a clear and disciplined message on a core set of priorities with full member buy-in. Ultimately, we needed people to believe in bloc voting, to feel and flex their power for the first time. And feel it we did. Courage begets courage, and strength always emerges in moments of crisis. I know you all know this feeling. It's an electric thing to be a part of. People coming together to fight for what they believe in and do something greater than anyone could do on their own. Progressives in the House held the line twice, plus a third very long day, holding to our maximum point of leverage to force the Build Back Better plan from an idea to an actual piece of legislation that included nearly all of our progressive priorities: universal pre-K and childcare, funding to address homelessness and repair our crumbling public housing, lowering the cost of prescription drugs and expanding healthcare access, immigration reform, home-based care for seniors and people with disabilities, and funding to raise the wages of care workers. Had we not done this, Build Back Better would have never passed through the House. Now, I recognize that it's not yet passed in the Senate, and our work remains to do so. But let us mark what has truly been an unprecedented display of organizing, courage, and collective power from our Congressional Progressive Caucus in the House. As a movement, we simply don't celebrate our successes nearly enough. It's because we've got a long list of things that we always want to accomplish, but it's important to just take a minute to do so. The movement secured a $15 minimum wage for hundreds of thousands of federal contractors, and that will kick in at the end of this month. We helped land a bold, progressive American Rescue Plan that included survival checks, essential funding for housing, and the child tax credit that cut child poverty in half and reduced hunger in this country by a third. We passed the biggest infrastructure investment in history, creating millions of new jobs and funding for mass transit, getting lead out of water, investing in EV charging, and rebuilding our nation's crumbling infrastructure. And in the House, our CPC members led the passage of bills to protect abortion access, secure workers' rights to join a union, create a roadmap to citizenship, raise the minimum wage to $15 for every worker in the country. For years, the Progressive Caucus has also been at the forefront of a more just and humane foreign policy. And we led the passage of the first ever war powers resolution through both chambers of Congress to stop the US-Saudi war in Yemen. None of this celebration negates what we still have to do. Pass Build Back Better into law and deliver relief people desperately need as the pandemic surges and the economy is still so uncertain. End the conflict in Yemen and unconstitutional US participation in Saudi Arabia's military campaign. Protect the right to vote and our democracy and abolish the filibuster so that all the legislation that we pass in the House actually becomes law. And there's so much more. But still, I've never been more proud of our caucus, our Senate allies, and you, our progressive movement, than I am at this moment. I ran for office on a theory of change, that we could do more with organizers on the inside. After 15 years of trying to get people to recognize our communities and do what we needed, I said, why aren't we the ones doing these jobs? Why aren't the people of color, the immigrants, the young people, the religious minorities, the working class, the LGBTQ people, the single parents, the organizers, the women, why aren't we running, winning, and using elected office as an organizing platform for change? That's what our members in the Progressive Caucus are doing. We're bringing our experiences, our lives, our people with us every day into the halls of Congress. I know that sometimes it's hard to have hope, but that's because the things that we're working on are hard. If they were easy, they would already be done. We are transforming the way people think about poverty, about wealth, about racism, about inequality. And in doing so, we are challenging the biggest, the most powerful and well-funded special interests who are completely invested in the status quo. And if it were easy, it would be done. We won't win every fight, but there is much strength gained in simply having the fight, leaving it all on the line and building for the next. And don't ever forget this. If politics is the art of the possible, then it is our job as organizers, wherever we sit, to push the boundaries of what is seen as possible. When we come together, we can do things that benefit the most people. When we use our power, it inspires others to use theirs. And that solidarity is contagious. Just take one look at the movements of the last year and you'll see what I'm talking about. When Black young people stood up and said, "We demand you stop killing us," millions of people poured into the streets to join. When workers forced the relentless gears of capitalism to a halt and said, "We demand you treat us and pay us with the dignity that we deserve," waves of strikes and labor actions have spread across the country. When communities said, "We will take care of our neighbors as much as ourselves," evictions were halted and mutual aid flowed. And every single time immigrants have been under attack, whether it was DACA threatened or families separated at the border or the xenophobic Muslim ban, we have fought back. That is organizing for change. So much is at stake, but so many are in the struggle with us. And so much is possible through our collective organizing and power, through your collective organizing and power. I couldn't be more proud to be in this fight with you, alongside you. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak. And thank you for doing the hard work of believing that change is possible, no matter what anyone else says. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Congresswoman Jayapal, for those powerful remarks to help kick off the summit this year. And thanks for your tireless hard work on behalf of the people and the movement. Now it's time for our first panel discussion, looking back on a year of progressive change, touching on a lot of the themes we just heard about from Congresswoman Jayapal. To moderate that panel, we're lucky to have Annello Mejia, the co-executive director at the Center for Popular Democracy. Annello is a seasoned political strategist and Afro-Latina grassroots organizer focused on helping Black and Latinx working families. She previously served as the deputy director of the Women's Bureau at the Department of Labor under the Biden administration and was the political director for Bernie 2020, working with the senator and the administration, seeking to achieve movement wins on a progressive policy agenda. Annello?
Thank you. Thank you for having me, y'all. And in this moment where we're all working from home or trying to manage all of the technical difficulties, I come to you from my cell phone because my internet is out. It's just the reality of many Americans trying to keep it together through tough times, and another reason why we need investment in infrastructure and supporting working families. So I want to start by saying that this is the first time in a decade that Democrats have had a unified government, and we are focused on making sure to capitalize on the opportunity. Progressives have used this opportunity, as the Congresswoman had laid out, to strategically fight for our priorities. I want to peel one little piece from what Congresswoman Jayapal laid out, that our job is to make space. Our job is to make the space for bold action. As activists, we are very clear. Some people may call that making trouble. We call that good trouble and making space for bold action. Grassroots advocacy organizations have been working side by side with progressive electeds to really try to move progressive policies that we know are transformative for families. CPD, Center for Popular Democracy, is a network of 48 organizations in 34 states, plus DC and Puerto Rico, in almost 200 cities. And we could tell you the pain, the people at the center of the pain are looking for action. They're not looking for politics. They're not looking for rigmarole. They're looking for direct action to make sure that they could keep body and soul together, so that they could stay healthy, so that they could keep their families healthy and whole. And it is our job in this nation to ensure that we take as bold action as possible to help all of our communities thrive. We acknowledge that this is a tough moment. There has been starts and stops in terms of really accomplishing our goals. We understand that the surge in COVID cases has had an impact across our communities, but we know that we could continue to take action. And I'm so thrilled to be here with this panel. And I'm just going to jump right in, starting with, and y'all will have to forgive me, I'm going to essentially fangirl on every single one of y'all. Because at one point or another, I just want you to know that the 12-year-old in me, the 10-year-old in me that watched my mother gain her full self through the union movement, the 10-year-old in me that sat there and watched these members of Congress maneuver, pull the political levers to bring change that I know is deeply impactful for working families like the one I grew up with. And I know as a mother, the hard work to center those at the pain that all of you do. I am just so thrilled to be with y'all. So I'm going to jump right in and introduce first Representative Tremillo Jayapal, who is, like I would like to call myself, a lifelong organizer on immigrant, civil, and human rights. Representative Jayapal was reelected to Congress for a third term with more votes than any member of the House of Representatives. At that point, she came to the United States alone as a 16-year-old and went on to start one of the largest immigrant rights organizations in Washington state. before becoming one of the only 14 immigrants serving in Congress today. In 2016, she became the first South Asian American woman ever elected to the House. And as the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, she has led on multiple key policy priorities that are near and dear to my heart, like Medicare for All, the College for All Act, the Housing is a Human Right Act, the Ultra-Millionaire Tax Act. I mean, what more can I say? Just an incredible powerhouse of thoughtful insight and bold ideas. Congresswoman Jayapal is a proud parent of a transgender child and lives in West Seattle with her husband, Steve. Congresswoman, there is so much more work that we could do to build on a more just and resilient nation for all working families. But Congress did, as you said, did pass major legislation in 2021, such as the American Rescue Plan. What achievements in Congress are you most proud of in 2021? And what strategies do you believe actually allowed for those achievements that we could seek to replicate?
Well, that was, again, way too generous. Thank you. So happy to see you in this new role, but with the same fire that you always bring. I mentioned some of the things that I think we've gotten done, and they are very specific. I mean, things like the child tax credit, reducing child poverty in half, reducing hunger by a third because of a lot of the programs that were in the American Rescue Plan, creating 6.4 million new jobs in 1 year. That is more jobs than any president in history has created in their first year, but also bringing unemployment down to under 4%. That was 2 years before any economist predicted that it would get down to that level. But even more than that is the fact that I feel like workers have more choices now, and combined with the strength of the organizing movement on the outside and all of the work that President Schuler and labor unions across the country have been doing, this is a moment where workers are feeling their power in a different way, and they've got a Congress to back them up. So even though we passed the PRO Act through the House, even though because of the filibuster, it hasn't passed in the Senate yet, the reality is we have a lot of those provisions in Build Back Better, and we are continuing to work together to show that power of collective organizing. The other thing I just want to mention here is we look at like specific results, but I think it's really important to recognize that the whole narrative has shifted. Mm-hmm. The whole narrative has shifted in terms of what people deserve and what the president of the United States is willing to fight for from the bully pulpit, and what we in Congress are willing to fight for. I have never heard the discussions around wealth inequality and tax reform in the same way that I'm hearing them today, coming from the White House and from Congress, as powerfully as they are. I have never seen the discussion around racial equity, even though there is so much that isn't being said and needs to be said. At least it is being centered through things like Justice 40, saying we got to put 40% of our investments into the most disproportionately affected. And I think that those narrative shifts are really, really important. And so I think that, how we did it, we built consensus. All of our priorities of the CPC, both our priority bills and our priority issues for Build Back Better, were selected by our members through a democratic process. We got input and feedback from our partners. We really kept that inside-outside strategy close. And we've been early, loud, and consistent in what our priorities are and our messaging around what we're fighting for. Because, Ana Lilia, some of the work that happened during the election leading up to this moment actually changed the narrative about what we're fighting for. So now so many of these things are the Democratic agenda, and that is thanks to the progressive movement.
That is absolutely right. And I have to say I had a front row seat at both you and Congressman Pocan in changing the discourse, in affecting that change. So thank you, Congresswoman. So now I'm excited to introduce our next panelist, Congressman Pocan. I have to say, even though I'm from New Jersey, Wisconsin is near and dear to my heart, if for no other reason than Kringle. Congressman Pocan represents Wisconsin's 2nd District and is Chair Emeritus of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Congressman Pocan was sworn in as the U.S. Representative for Wisconsin's 2nd Congressional District in 2013, following 14 years in Wisconsin's State Assembly. Bless your heart. A small business owner, a union member, and a lifelong advocate for progressive causes, Representative Pocan is committed to using his life experience to fight for policies that promote economic and social justice, as well as support the families of South Central Wisconsin. In the 117th Congress, he serves on the House Appropriations Committee, where he sits on the Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education Subcommittee, the Agriculture, Rural Development, and Food and Drug Administration Subcommittee, and is the Financial Services and General Government, or is on the Financial Services and General Government subcommittees. He also serves on the House Education and Labor Committee and the Joint Economic Committee. Goodness gracious, how do you make all of this work, Congressman Pocan? Now, the question to you, it's one thing to see a policy enacted in Washington, and it is another to ensure that policy impacts communities in a real way. In other words, that implementation matters. Tell us about the positive changes you've seen in your district thanks to the wins Congress has achieved in 2021, and how are you talking about those wins?
Sure. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for having me, and thanks for that very generous introduction. I can say the reason I keep up with all that is I'm just trying to keep up as close as possible to Pramila Jayapal because she truly sets the standard when it comes to energy in Congress. And to your comment about Kringle, my almost 93-year-old mother completely agrees with you. Kringle is amazing from Wisconsin, and if you don't know what it is, Google it later. So let me say this. I look at everything from, I consider myself an everyman. I'm not a millionaire in Congress like half of my colleagues. I work hard. I worked with my hands printing shirts and doing specialty printing, been a union member for 3 decades. And I think of everything the way the average constituent, I think, looks at it. Can they pay their mortgage or rent? Can they afford to feed their family? Do they have health insurance for their family? Can they plan a vacation that year? That's what most people think about, not maybe panels or think tanks. They're really just getting by. And how does something affect them? And we have to remember right now, people have a pretty tremendous COVID hangover. They're ready for this to be done 2 years later, and inflation is kicking their butts. And it's also important to note, as a 34-year business owner, this is directly related to COVID. Inflation, the fact that everything production so much is done overseas, the fact that it was ramping up when everyone was ready for things. Scarcity raises prices. That's what we're experiencing right now. But that too will end, and hopefully by midpoint this year. But those are 2 powerful things we're working against. So what we have to fight back with are some really powerful bills that we've passed in Congress and President Biden has signed into law. And let me just share a little bit about that and how it affects people. The first bill was a $1.9 trillion bill, the American Rescue Plan. Now, this bill put money in people's pockets, as Pramila talked about, $1,400 survival checks. It put shots in people's arms. This is how we got the vaccine out and got people to be able to get vaccinated as quickly as possible in the United States. It got people in jobs. You're going to hear about a lot of jobs and opportunities between the 2 bills I'm about to talk about. And it got kids back into schools safely. And that last word is very important, safely. That was all in that bill. It included money for restaurants that hadn't got support so that they could survive. It helped state and local governments, and they've been able to put additional grants out to help people. It helped 34,000 people with pensions in Wisconsin are better off because of what we did in the American Rescue Plan. 34,000 people. That's a lot of people. That's real practical, everyday benefits that people saw out of that bill. And we have to remind people that that happened only because of the work that Congress and President Biden did. And I might mention in a rather lopsided vote, partisan-wise. But the second bill we passed that I think is very significant is a $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. Now, that bill is going to create $1.5 million new jobs in this country. That means jobs in every single district, in every single community, good paying, family supporting jobs. So that is really, really important. You know, it's interesting. I was doing a radio program in Janesville, Wisconsin, which is between my district and the 1st Congressional District, Paul Ryan's old district. Yeah, he was my old neighbor. And what's interesting is the person on the radio said, I just found out because of the infrastructure bill, we're going to get $225 million. That's great. Well, I had to say, no, that's just $225 million in Wisconsin for bridge repair. That's about 1/30 of what we're actually getting. We're getting $5 billion for roads. We're getting money for our water delivery systems. We're getting money for broadband in a place like Wisconsin that has needs. And when you're able to tell people the direct benefits that they are seeing or going to see in the immediate future because of what we did in Congress, I think we can get past COVID, because hopefully soon with Omicron, we're going to be in a much better period than we've been and for a long time, and inflation will be over. We then absolutely, starting before now, have to continue to let these benefits be out there, because then people can look at what's most directly impacted their family, and there's a lot of benefits there. And as Pramila mentioned, Build Back Better, the rest of the agenda is still high on our agenda to get done because there's even more benefits. But we have delivered for people, and we have to make sure we get those points across.
Thank you. Thank you. You most certainly have delivered on many of the commitments that we have been talking about for many, many years, and hopefully more and more and more to come. Very excited to now shift to our third panelist. I will say my mom was a lady garment worker. My dad was a machinist. I am a product of the labor movement. So excited to speak to, again, I told y'all I would be fangirling, Liz Schuler, who is the president of the AFL-CIO, a federation of 57 unions and 12.5 million members. A visionary leader and longtime trade unionist, Schuler believes the labor movement is the single most powerful vehicle for progress, and that unions are a central force in leading lasting societal transformations. I could certainly attest to that in my family. Schuler is the first woman to hold the office of president in the history of the Labor Federation. She was elected by the AFL-CIO Executive Council on August 20th, 2021, after the unexpected and untimely passing of her predecessor, Richard Trumka. In 2009, Liz Schuler became the first woman elected to the position of Secretary Treasurer at the AFL-CIO convention, and the youngest woman ever on the Federation's Executive Council. I could go on and on about how Liz Schuler is amazing and transforming the labor movement, and so happy, but just handing it over to you. And if you could share a bit, Liz, 2021 was a remarkable year for working families, for sure. But while we saw inspiring solidarity among workers fighting for better pay and better benefits, we continue to see workers exploited and forced to deal with horrible conditions as the pandemic raged on. Do you believe 2021 was indeed the year of the worker, as it has been dubbed in the headlines, or is there more? Liz?
Wow. Thank you so much, Anna Lilia. It is a thrill to be with you here today. And I just want to say what an honor it is to be a part of this, even though we're still virtual. And I remember pre-pandemic, this summit was always such a, no pun intended, but shot in the arm, that I always left with so much energy when we were in the same room together. So I'm channeling that right now. And of course, it's an honor to be with this exciting panel, our pro-union champions in Congress, Congresswoman Jayapal and Congressman Pocan, a card-carrying member of the Painters Union, and Danielle as well. It's a thrill to be among this lineup of incredible activists and leaders whose work is truly groundbreaking and is helping us build a fairer economy. And that's what we fight for in the labor movement. So the short answer to your question, Anna Lilia, is I think every year is the year of the worker. But yes, last year, 2021, America saw and felt the impact of our labor and really saw the value of work. I think, more than ever before. It was up close, it was personal, how central workers are to the health of our economy and our communities, and how we're all connected through the work of another person. The meals that we make can't happen without the grocery workers who are keeping the food on the shelves. And, we all ordered goods that were being shipped to our homes because we wanted to stay safe. But without the delivery drivers and the postal workers, so many others, that would not happen. And people finally saw that. And then there was this awakening that working people started realizing that they didn't want to put their health at risk or the health of their families at risk for a crappy job with low pay. And we saw working people from coast to coast walking out, stepping up, going on strike. Last fall, October, we called it Striketober for that reason. The pandemic truly, as the Congresswoman said, laid bare the inequities of our system. And this system where we have CEOs making close to 300 times the average worker. I'm going to repeat that. CEOs making 300 times more on average than their average worker. It's unsustainable. Where too many of our frontline heroes, who are disproportionately people of color, are making poverty wages, where they're called essential in one breath and then they're treated as expendable in the next. And working people are out there, working 2 and 3 jobs to make ends meet when one job should be enough. And people on the front lines of this pandemic are burnt out. They are angry. They are tired of working harder than ever with less and with less to show for it. And so in the past year, millions of Americans left the workforce. We're hearing these headlines, right? Each month, it's just staggering. And all the pundits out there and specifically conservatives who they're framing it as, this worker shortage, as the Great Resignation or the Big Quit. They're saying people don't want to work. And I call BS, because we don't have a shortage of workers. We have a shortage of safe, good paying, sustainable jobs. That's what we have a shortage of. And so working people are looking at work in a different way. They're feeling this new sense of power and leverage that we haven't seen in a long time. And so we're calling it not the Great Resignation, but we're calling it the Great Reinvigoration. So if you're on Twitter, hashtag Great Reinvigoration, because working people are organizing for change. They're coming together to fight for higher wages and better benefits and a safe job and secure retirement. And they're fighting for dignity and respect. And this is in every sector of the economy and across all, the United States, everywhere. They're taking risks and they're refusing to settle, and they're reinvigorating expectations for their jobs and for their communities. And it's so exciting because from Worcester, Massachusetts, yes, Worcester, where we saw the brave nurses at St. Vincent's Hospital stand up through the longest strike in state history, and they won. They won better staffing ratios, good benefits, safety improvements, so that they can serve their patients. Then, over to the other coast, Hollywood, California, we saw members in film and television turning out in record numbers to win a historic contract that protected their overtime pay. They were fighting for the 8-hour day in 2021 and to get meal and rest breaks. And then we had Colorado just this week, UFCW grocery workers on strike at King Soopers voted on a new contract. They ended their strike with the largest wage increase for union grocery workers ever. So I could run through a whole gauntlet of organizing victories. I'll just say, journalists, campaign staffers, baristas, graduate students in California, so exciting, video game workers, the list goes on and on. This is the momentum that workers made possible in 2021, and the labor movement is ready to build on it. And we are at an inflection point. We have what I see as unlimited potential right now to reimagine and rebuild a worker-centered democracy and an equitable economy. And we think a bold, dynamic, inclusive labor movement is the pathway to getting us there. A labor movement that takes a new approach to those long-standing values of fairness and dignity and shared prosperity, a movement that's leveraging our power, as we heard earlier, to bring women and people of color from the margins to the center at work and in our unions and in our economy, and a movement that's ready to get to the negotiating table to bargain a fair deal that benefits everyone, because what we do in the union movement has a ripple effect across the entire economy. So we live in a country, I don't need to remind you that organizing a union, it takes great courage, and that right, even though it's on the books, has not been strengthened in more than 80 years. And workers shouldn't have to walk through fire to organize their workplaces. And so I just will say that Amazon workers, we're all watching right now in Bessemer, Alabama, are standing up. They're facing tremendous odds right now to have a voice on the job, a safe job that doesn't dehumanize them. And instead of pouring money and resources into union busting, Amazon should be working to protect the health and safety of its workers. And not many people know that workers in Amazon actually suffer serious injuries at nearly double the rate of other warehouse companies. So we need to make it easier for workers to form unions without fear and retaliation. And if more workers have a voice and power with a union, it gives us the leverage we need to build an equitable economy for all working people. So we're fighting for a workers first agenda. I want to thank the folks on this Zoom for the progressive movement, for your support every step of the way, because it's about creating high quality, good jobs. It's about making the investments in our families, our communities, and it's about a clean energy future. It's about voting rights, and of course, strengthening the right to organize with the PRO Act and the Freedom to Negotiate Act. And union rights and voting rights are two sides of the same coin, fundamental to democracy. And so we are using the full force of the labor movement to mobilize and educate and activate our members, because we all know what's at risk. But Anna Lilia, I am hopeful, I'm optimistic, and I think this year of the worker could ultimately be the decade of the worker, and beyond, because I think it's been a real wake-up call for our country, our elected officials, that we have to put workers first and see everything we do through a worker's lens, and maybe we can keep pushing for the progress together that we all aspire to. So thank you so much.
Oh, technical difficulties there. Thank you. Thank you so much. I am loving how fired up all of you are to transform American lives. It's just amazing. And I see you're wearing a CWA Thursday red. And shout out to Center for Popular Democracy's own workers who are members of CWA. So you mentioned the pain during the pandemic that many workers have felt. Most certainly at the core of that, at the center of that, working women saw a massive erosion in the workplace, and mostly because the infrastructure that allows many women to both be caregivers in their family to children or elderly parents or in their community just wasn't there when they most needed it. And here now I'm so, again, fangirling. I'm so happy to introduce someone that has been at the forefront of fighting for justice for all families, but focused on the women who are at that center or act as a center spoke, Danielle Atkinson, who is the National Executive Director and founder of Mothering Justice. She has an extensive experience as a church-based electoral and community organizer. In 2012, Danielle founded Mothering Justice, a leadership development and advocacy organization. Danielle has led organizing efforts to raise the minimum wage in Florida and Michigan. She's also led the fight to get earned paid sick time in Michigan. Her work organizing Mother, in fact, won her the 2013 Michigan Organizer of the Year, although she is Organizer of the Decade in my book. Danielle received her bachelor's degree in political science and sociology from Pfeiffer University and lives in Royal Oak, Michigan, with her husband, Frank, and their 6 children. You know what? Just that alone, my sister. So Danielle, let me jump right into the question for you. One of the biggest progressive wins in 2021 was the expanded child tax credit, which was transformative for many families, needed money, needed income in a critical moment. Why was this relief for families such a big deal, and why should this relief continue? Danielle?
Yeah. Well, one, it is wonderful to be with you virtually, but for the first time in your new position. So really excited for you and the leadership of CPD. So grateful to be on a panel with President Schuler and Representative Pocan and Progressive Caucus Chair Jayapal, some of my heroes as well in the movement. Yes. So it was so important that it happened, and it happened early, that we passed the extended or the fixes to the child tax credit. It lifted 3 million children out of poverty in the first month. And it laid bare and obvious what we needed in our country, right? This was something that was an immediate relief and a response to the needs of families, of caregivers, of mothers. People were able to pay the unexpected expenses that came with COVID or just life with children. They were able to pay everyday bills that just helped them do more with their dollar, and they were able to pay for things that they have been leaving behind that just didn't make the cut when you were doing your monthly expenses, like fixing your tail light, that will get you into more financial trouble. These are just things that everybody deals with, but not everybody has the means to take care of. So it was progressive, but it was common sense, right? And it came at a time that we needed it, at a time when the world was seeing how vulnerable we are when we don't have financial stability, and we didn't even have the security of our health. But it came at a time when we really needed to be talking about the needs of working families in this country. My child came home yesterday with an assignment for Black History Month, my second grader. She's brought me this blank piece of paper, and it said Shirley Chisholm at the top. And I was like, I think your teacher might know who your mom is. But anyway, I was really excited. And I was like, okay, we're going to do this for the next 3 hours. And then something that President Schuler said made me think of a quote. Put 2 and 2 together, but Shirley Chisholm said, "I don't measure America by its accomplishments, but by its potential." And having the majority in Congress, having a progressive caucus led by amazing people, including Representative Jayapal, just love you, and just love what you've done for the past few months. You have been a gift to America. But having that, we are able to speak about our values, right? I was explaining to my father is a Jamaican immigrant, and like many immigrants, they want their children to be doctors, lawyers, and fix computers. Like these are the jobs that will pay well, and you should do them. So when I told him that I was going to be a community organizer, he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I had to explain how the American government worked and how activism worked within the government. And I was telling him, like, we are the drumbeat that enables elected officials to pass the policies that are going to change our lives. And when they are able to introduce and talk about those policies full-throatedly because they know that they have our support, more people are able to understand the possibilities of government, but also see how everyone else lives, right? COVID has done a lot of horrible things. And one of those, it has made us more isolated. And we're unable to see how our neighbor is struggling. The child tax credit, we were able to see that people are starving. There are many families that do not know how they are going to feed their child at the end of the week. The child tax credit gave us an opportunity to lift those people out of poverty. 3 million children, behind every child are several people trying to help them survive and thrive in this country. We have to keep this going. And it's an investment not only in families, but in our future, in the potential. So I'm really excited about it. I am sad that it ended, but we have to keep creating that drumbeat so that we can get it back and that people can see the potential of what we can be when we invest in our communities.
Thank you. That's so great. I love it's all four of you are the drumbeat. And you're right. So many people, when I was growing up, it was, we had this thing called the Thursday pain. It was the day before the paycheck came in. And if something ran out on Thursday, you were just going to have to hold off until your parents could hopefully get paid and be able to make up for it. So now shifting back to Q&A to my members of Congress, this may be I'm going to collapse this a little bit into two-parters. So both of y'all get ready to catch here. So we know, we've talked about the wins of 2021. We know that there's still so much more to do, whether it's from climate change to immigration, racial justice, gender justice, so much for us to still do. So to Congresswoman Jayapal, what can Congress do about the challenges that still lie before us? And to Congressman Pocan, so I'm just going to hand both questions to y'all and y'all go back to back. We know that some of those things that we need to get done will come and have come through legislation. You tell us what executive actions could be possible to meet the goals or the challenges still ahead. So first, Congresswoman Jayapal.
Thank you. This has been such a great panel. Thank you, everybody, for amazing comments. So we are developing our strategy right now, and I think it is a multi-tiered strategy. We need to pass Build Back Better, and we are working right now to figure out how that happens. And I just want to remind everybody that the Congressional Progressive Caucus did endorse the framework that was released on October 28th, that was agreed to by Senator Manchin and given a commitment to by Senator Manchin to the president. And so what we are pushing for is as quickly as possible to pass that. Now, it is less than what the House passed in Build Back Better. We understand that, but it has many of the major components of the things that are transformational, including childcare and pre-K and housing investment and climate investment and elder care investment. These are all major pieces. And there was at least a transition extension of the child tax credit for a year in that framework. So I think that is really, we're trying to stick as close to that as possible, plus whatever immigration provisions we can get. Those were our 5 priorities. And so we're trying to do that. And our goal is to try to pivot back to those discussions, get the agreement, and do as much passage as we can before March 1st when the president comes to give his State of the Union. Mark's going to talk about the executive actions piece, which is a really important part of how we lower costs for families and how we strengthen and show leadership on climate. And so that's a second sort of strategy that we're moving at the same time. And then the third piece of our strategy is a legislative strategy for the rest of the year. Now, some of that involves getting the Senate to put up bills that we have already passed in the House, and we need to at least make sure that people understand and are forced to vote yes or vote no on those. Now, we understand the problems with the filibuster, but that is still really important on something like the Dream and Promise Act, just as an example. Why can't we put that up for a vote in the Senate and force Republicans who say that they support Dreamers to decide whether or not they're actually going to support Dreamers? The same thing with the PRO Act, the same thing with the the Raise the Wage Act. I think we need to make these commitments. But on top of that, the House can pass a few more things that will also make it clear what Democrats stand for. I think of things like dental, vision, and hearing for Medicare expansion. Annello, this is something you and I worked so closely on last year. Lowering the Medicare eligibility age, passing John Larson's Social Security Act. This is a really important bill that makes necessary changes for seniors. And I think we should get people on the record about whether they support workers, whether they support seniors, whether they support immigrants. So that is the third part of our strategy, is the legislative piece. And I think we're making some progress on all of those things, including our student debt executive action that we're hoping to student debt cancellation that we're hoping the president will take. So let me turn it over to Mark to talk about that piece.
Sure. Well, thanks, Pramila. Thanks. This panel is a great panel. I'm glad to be here with everybody. One of the things that can still happen with this, we have to say it, really historic amount of obstruction that we're facing in Congress. It may be a 50-50 Senate. It may be a less than a handful margin in the House, but the obstruction I have never seen in my now 10th year in Congress in watching how some people have acted. So if they're simply not going to allow us to get things done for the American people and then complain because nothing is getting done, we have so much more to do. So as Pramila outlined, she's presented this to the exec committee for the Progressive Caucus. One of the areas that we really want to see are aggressive use of executive action by the president. Now, granted, it's not going to be as long-term as actual law changes, because a future president can change things. But a lot of these are going to be hard to change once they're put in place. And we need to work directly with the Biden administration on being as creative as possible. So while we want to get Build Back Better done by the time that we're going to have the State of the Union, we also should be looking at every aspect of it, what can be done via executive order, because we've all spent months and months and months talking about these direct benefits to people. We have to be able to make sure we can show how another path can happen if for some reason some components don't make it through and Build Back Better. But there's so much more we can do too. We can go into actually things that can reduce the cost of prescription drugs. We can address climate change very directly in a number of substantive ways. We can add to worker power. Even though we can't through reconciliation pass the PRO Act, the most important labor legislation we've seen since I've been to Congress, we can do a lot of other provisions that'll give workers an even playing field in a lot of ways very creatively. We can also address the care economy and immigration, social justice, and so much more. So we are very focused as a Progressive Caucus in not only passing the bills that Pramila talked about, but also working with the administration to do what they can within their power. If you're going to have obstructionists in the House and Senate, then we have to be able to give the tools directly to the Biden administration so we can get these things done. And I think it's quite possible.
Thank you. Thank you. And so unfortunately, I feel like we're out of time, but I'm going to give Liz and Danielle the last word because organizers unite. So my sisters, like in 30 seconds, what do we want to make sure members of Congress, progressive movement, those who are listening, those who are going to watch this later, what do we have to do? What do we want to make sure we must do in order to get it right for workers and for working families and mothers? Liz, you first, then Danielle, and we'll close.
30 seconds or less, huh? Well, I think it's like you said, we're all organizers, and it's about getting fired up and educated and mobilized and active at the local level, because all these folks in Washington, they don't respond to people from Washington like they respond to people from back home. So I think it's up to us to galvanize this movement, keep the pressure on. And we in the labor movement have a network in every city and every state, and we're working with progressive and allied partners, community partners, to show, as the Congresswoman started at the beginning, that this is the country, right? We reflect what the country wants, what the country voted for. And now it's time to deliver. So we're going to do that.
Danielle?
Yeah, I think two things. One, I know that we all tend to try to make political calculus that say, okay, I have to support this cause, I have to support this cause, I can't be full-throatedly progressive. Be full-throatedly progressive. We are the left flank, but we are the right. Like, we are in the right. Be as progressive as your people need you to be, and be loud about that. Second, voting rights. We need to pass voting right protections on a federal level and on state levels. We need to fight against anything that would limit the vote or make it harder for people, because when everyone votes, we'll make the change.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So we will continue making good trouble and making space. Thank you, everyone, for listening, for those who are watching later, those watching now, and to these incredible panelists. Again, just thank you for the work that each and every one of you has done and will do to essentially change lives. So handing it back over.
Thanks to everyone who joined us for our first amazing panel discussion. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator of our second panel, Sarah Johnson. Sarah is the Executive Director of Local Progress, a movement of 1,300 local elected officials working together to advance racial and economic justice. Local elected officials are at the crux of turning federal policy into tangible progress for our communities and reshaping the relationships between government and people. I'm so glad to hand the mic to Sarah to moderate our next panel. We know that our work isn't done when a bill is signed. So much of how our communities feel policy in their lives depends on how it's implemented. That's why this discussion of just and equitable implementation is so key. Sarah?
Wonderful. Okay. Thank you, Alan. And thank you to the Progressive Caucus Action Fund for hosting this incredibly important conversation, and to the Progressive Caucus and Representative Jayapal for your incredible leadership in forging inspiring new models for elected leadership that are grounded in organizing, collaboration, and power building. And I am just fired up from our first panel and bolstered by the optimism that everybody offered. And so just like riding on that energy. And my job here is to take us like deep into the weeds on everybody's favorite topic, which is implementation, or how we make change last. So we often debate in our movement where we should focus our efforts. With limits to our time and energy, should we work federally for the greatest impact at scale? Should we work at the local level where, with enormous respect to my state and federal colleagues on this panel, it is often more politically possible to achieve bold change that can improve people's lives? And like so many other strategic questions we face, it is impossible to answer this with an either or. And as a movement, we must have a both and approach. For example, continued work to build a movement to pass federal legislation to reshape voting laws is crucial. And alone, it's not enough. It must be matched with the work of literally thousands of state legislators and county level elections officials across the country. Work to raise wages and standards for workers and to build community-led models of public safety that have taken root in hundreds of local governments and have had immediate impact on people's lives and reshaped our idea of what is possible, has transformed our communities. But this work cannot be done at the local level alone. We need federal partnership and funding and must contend with state level policy, which can often be a barrier to local change. So these are just a few examples. And today we have a really powerful panel of voices from federal, state, and local level, including elected officials and movement partners who are going to help us break down what it really takes to implement federal policies and make change happen at all levels of government. And I couldn't be more thrilled to be diving deep in Texas, which is home of Local Progress's second state chapter, which over the past decade has really been the front lines for both so many crises and challenges and a leading edge nationally for what local governments can accomplish. So before we dive in and hear from our amazing panelists, the context for this conversation, we're going to be focusing on the implementation of the American Rescue Plan and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. These bills are historic infusions of dollars, particularly in that, in addition to so many of the incredible direct benefits that our earlier panelists highlighted, like the child tax credit, they also bolster and incentivize direct spending by state and local governments to advance racial and equity. So we really want to celebrate that because that is a big deal. And even just saying that sentence aloud feels a little bit like a sea change. And at the same time, we know that we're just at the very beginning of trying to turn course from decades of federal divestment, neoliberal budget decisions, and regressive taxation that have hobbled the capacity of local and state governments, in many cases, including their capacity for the types of planning and implementation that is necessary to make these bills a success. So as we listen to our incredible speakers, I want to ask folks to hold that tension, to celebrate what we have won, to acknowledge and take joy in the real impact it's had on our communities, and to ground ourselves together in the need to dream and demand bigger, to see in these examples not an endpoint, but the beginnings of an outline or the possibility of what reimagining governing to really bring communities to the center can look like. So to kick us off, I am thrilled to introduce Congresswoman Veronica Escobar, who is going to offer incredible perspective, both from her current seat in Congress, but I'm also very excited that she's a former local official with lived experience in implementation. Congresswoman Escobar is a third-generation El Pasoan, proudly representing Texas's 16th congressional district, and she took office in 2019 as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives after making history as the first woman elected to the seat and the first of two Latinas from Congress to serve, or from Texas to serve in Congress. She has established herself as a leading voice on gun safety, healthcare, immigration, and as the voice of the border, including fighting the Trump administration's inhumane and cruel policies. Congresswoman Escobar serves on the prestigious House Judiciary Committee, the House Armed Services Committee, the House Ethics Committee, and the House Select Committee on the Climate Crisis. So Congresswoman Escobar, let's start in the process where bills start. How do members of Congress work towards and think about building in equity and justice in implementation when they're crafting major legislation like the American Rescue Plan to ensure that it makes a difference for the hardest hit communities on the ground?
Sarah, first, I want to thank you so much for moderating this panel. I am so excited to be on here and to be on with great panelists, especially, and a special shout out to Representative Alexsandra Annello from El Paso, who's she's my city representative, so I'm super excited to be on here with her. And I loved your opening, Sarah, about how we need to celebrate our victories, but we also have to keep an eye on what the next steps are. And you're right also in that the privilege that I had as a local elected official really gave me tremendous insight as we were crafting the American Rescue Plan about ways that communities like El Paso, a wonderful, safe, secure border community, but an economically disadvantaged community made up of 85% Latinos, how we are often left out. And we're left out in big ways. You know, I'll give your audience a quick example. When I think about transportation formula funding as an example, wealthy communities, it's no big deal for them and their tax base to put up big matching funds. But for a poor community, it's a challenge. I'll give you a specific example of how we addressed deficiencies in the federal government's ability in the past to help economically disadvantaged communities, and how we did that through the American Rescue Plan. And part of that came from the brilliance of one of our chairwomen, Nidia Velasquez, who helped craft that plan with input from all of us. But you know, when we were giving out PPP loans, as an example, to small businesses across the country, those businesses that already had great connections with banks and lending institutions, those businesses that had existing relationships, they had a leg up over smaller businesses run by immigrants and immigrant communities, or small business owners who did not have relationships with bankers, who did not have existing accounts. And so what you saw from Congress, really led by House Democrats and Senate Democrats, was a desire to prioritize those who had been left behind, those who are traditionally ignored, those who struggle to really get kind of a piece of the pie when the federal government is normally bails out those who are at the front of the line. We do still have a lot of work to do, however. I'll give you actually one more example, because you're right, we've got to celebrate our wins. And I think I too frequently think about what's left to do. But in the infrastructure law, as an example, we were able to get a significant amount of money, not enough for me, but a really significant amount of money for water and wastewater projects. In El Paso and in other border communities in the state of Texas, we still have hundreds of substandard developments known as colonias. And many families who live in colonias are among the poorest in the nation. They don't even have access to water or wastewater. So as the nation was having, as members of Congress were having conversations about wanting to get lead out of pipes, which is absolutely a priority, I kept bringing up communities like mine that don't even have those pipes at all. They're living in America, but living in third world country conditions. Vast majority of these being Latino families and among the most economically disadvantaged. And so the money that we got into the infrastructure law for water and wastewater was a huge win. In fact, later today, we're celebrating one of those water connections in a groundbreaking in far west El Paso, another area where has not normally received a whole lot of federal resources. But what you're seeing now, as a result of this incredible movement and all of these voices at every level of government and outside of government pushing to create equity, we're finally seeing that equity being delivered in the form of dollars. And we still have work to do in the form of the changing of longstanding policy. And I'm eager to get to those changes and make those reforms. But the wins that we have secured so far really do deserve to be celebrated.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And you know that you're in the weeds when we're talking about wastewater funding and transportation matching funds. This is like the happy place of where governance actually happens that changes people's lives, and the level of detail, right, that we really need to be thinking about and engaging in these processes with if we're really going to achieve equitable outcomes. So I'm going to switch us down to the local here and call up Councilmember Alexsandra Annello, who has been a member of the El Paso City Council since 2017. Councilmember Annello graduated from the University of El Paso and worked with artists, primarily focusing on border and immigration issues, which inspired her to run for local office. Since being elected, Alex has prioritized bringing community voices into El Paso's decision-making processes, and she has fought for corporate accountability, workers' rights, immigrant justice, infrastructure, and much more. I am thrilled to introduce her because Alex is a proud member leader of Local Progress and the co-chair of our Texas chapter. So Alex, I want to ask you to really hone in here on the important role that local governments play in administering federal funding and programs to deliver resources to communities, especially in states like Texas, where the state government can be, let's say, an obstacle to some of the local progress that you're trying to advance.
Sure, Sarah. Thank you so much for having me. It really is an honor to have El Paso have a voice for Texas on this panel and to be a part of this program with so many amazing leaders, and especially my friend, Congresswoman Escobar. But to answer the first part of your question, right, local context is key. City governments are closest to concerns and challenges on the ground. While there are some levels of parity on the broader impacts of disasters like a pandemic, the realities for people and their families are specific and warrant solutions reflective of the community they intend to assist. And I'll tell you, when the pandemic started with CARES Act, we as a city council knew that we didn't have the resources, or we didn't have the relationships. We didn't understand what the need was. And so we were really lucky to be able to put together a coalition of organizations, of nonprofits, of immigrant advocates, restaurant workers, childcare providers, to really figure out what our need was, and to put together a plan that would really impact El Pasoans the best that it could. And so when ARPA came down, as you know, this was the first time that we had a large tranche of money to really deal with the issues that existed prior to the pandemic, but had been elevated to a level where they could no longer be ignored. And so when these dollars came down, we really had a plan that was written by the community. And it's a conversation. What's really amazing is that conversation is still happening. Right? This is, for the first time, you had all of these people at the table making decisions, putting together a plan. And it wasn't just a city council or city government deciding what was best for the community. It was the community themselves. I would say ARPA and other infrastructure bills are just the start. Like, we have so many structural changes that still need work. The Congresswoman herself mentioned water and stormwater. In the city of El Paso, we've slowly been dealing with that. But just this year, we had flooding that took the life of a small child. We've, for a long time, talked about public transportation as a means of access to healthcare, and what does equitable public transportation in our community look like? I'll switch a little bit and talk about Texas, which again, our Congresswoman did discuss, but communities like El Paso have few community-based organizations that have the administrative or financial capacity to deploy millions of dollars in relief. Small to mid-sized cities have significantly more conservative deployment of funds due to the regulatory risk of return of funds. This issue is further exacerbated when there are multi-layers of regulations, first at the federal level and then at the state. And smaller cities now have money to provide rent relief for hundreds of families, but they don't have the structure built in to actually disperse it. We learned in CARES that these smaller jurisdictions also have to go through hoops from the state or county level just to get the funds. And so having as little barriers as possible to get the money in people's hands, but also the technical assistance to create long-term infrastructure is huge. Another big Texas challenge, and I know other states are facing this, is the way our state is dealing with the pandemic. We don't have the ability as local legislators to protect our communities in the way that we should. Mandating masks, asking for vaccines, our children's safety in schools, those options have been taken away from us. And so unfortunately, what was a very exciting opportunity with ARPA, those dollars are very quickly being turned into kind of CARES 2.0. We're having to shift a lot of what we thought we would be using for childcare, for unhoused individuals, for infrastructure, on increased testing as our numbers go back to where they were in June or July of 2020.
Thank you, Alex, for just really grounding us in your experience on the ground in El Paso. I loved the articulation of just kind of already having a plan in place with people really invested in it. I think we talk, people talk a lot about like shovel-ready projects when they think about implementation. And I think we need like people-ready projects, like where we've already had plans that bring people to the center and are driving our priorities, and also just for grounding us in the realness of the continued need for local governments to play a significant public health role, in the ongoing pandemic. So now we're going to bring this to the state level, and I am going to introduce Jesse Ulibarri, who is the co-executive director of the State Innovation Exchange, and just a tremendous partner and co-conspirator to me in pretty much every facet of our work. As a queer person of color, as a parent, and as someone who grew up in a trailer park, Jesse viscerally understands the demands that the progressive movement makes on our elected officials for radical and transformative change. And as a former, and sometimes I think he says recovering elected official himself, he also knows the challenging environment that legislators are in to try to deliver on those needs with little institutional support in systems that frankly were not made to create the kind of change we need. So with his dual view, Jesse has dedicated his career to building progressive power from the states outward. And Jesse, in your role at Six, you have sort of a global view on the just implementation for the American Rescue Plan and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So I want to ask you, how do we best engage historically underserved communities when administering these federal funding and programs? What are the best practices that you're seeing? And where have you seen states and localities actually go beyond what the federal government can do to serve these communities?
Thanks, Sarah. It's great to see you and to be with our closest cousins, both Local Progress and the Progressive Caucus Action Fund at the State Innovation Exchange. We support and organize state legislators across state lines to move a bold, equitable vision of the future. And so in this role, I get to see state legislators who are doing very difficult work. I know that there's a broad audience watching right now, and I just want to remind folks about the differences of being a state legislator versus being a federal legislator or even a local legislator. In 40 states, we have part-time or hybrid state legislatures. These folks may earn nothing every year to go in and write our state policies and laws, but most have very few staff. There are 5,336 support staff for the 435 members of Congress, but in 40 states, there are only 629 staff members to support all of those state legislators in those 40 states. So when we talk about state legislators and their role in just implementation, we have to understand that these are folks, many of whom who have come from our movement, are excited to be moving public policy and transforming systems to build an equitable future, and yet very rarely have the resources, tools, or assets connected to them to make that kind of change. And that's where an organization like Six comes in. And I want to talk about some of the ways we've seen state legislators work with movement partners on the ground to really think about just implementation. When the American Rescue Plan passed, it was one of the largest investments, especially in childhood poverty, the ways that we could transform the safety net to ensure that folks had access to food, to unemployment insurance, to housing. And yet we saw many folks on the ground unaware of the benefits that would directly benefit them. And so this is one of the first lessons I want to offer here. And I heard Rep. Escobar say this as well. We have to celebrate our wins. And we have to remind ourselves, especially as organizers or people who are active in our communities, very rarely is the person who working 2 jobs, taking care of 2 kids, is sitting, paid attention to the news as closely as we are as political nerds who are watching every development. They may not know what's on page 47 of the American Rescue Plan. It's part of our job as activists, right? To get clear on what the benefits are and then promote the shit out of those benefits. Excuse my language. It is so important that folks know, hey, maybe I'm eligible for unemployment insurance, but I didn't know I was eligible for food assistance. And so in partnership with state legislators this year, we launched a series of digital ads to promote the benefits that were in the American Rescue Plan and do state by state customization. So a person could navigate a very complicated bureaucracy. You might have had to fill out 20 applications to receive a whole set of supports after you've been laid off or after you've lost housing. Well, state legislators uniquely know how to navigate around bureaucracy. So we encourage, especially movement advocates, to connect with their state legislators and find the ways to promote the benefits in real time. I want to be clear, that should be the first step. And I think what we do instead is we critique first, and then we maybe do the promotion, but we have to promote the benefits that are there, even when they may not fully meet our needs. And the next step then is to critique to improve. So I want to give the example here. We had Florida Representative Anna Escamani, who saw a lot of her constituents struggling with the unemployment insurance system in Florida. Before she critiqued the unemployment insurance system, she made sure she understood the forms. She made sure she understood the process. She knew the people in the Department of Labor, so she could advocate directly for the constituents who are struggling with the technical issues of receiving their unemployment benefits. By doing that first end work, she was able then to critique to improve and find ways to make systems improvements and advocate for her residents at the same time. It's those moments where we have to say, how do we make sure that folks have access to a benefit, that they actually have knowledge about it? And then we move towards administrative changes, sometimes things that are overlooked. A person in a position of power talking to an administrator really sometimes can change the outcomes and policy just by saying, hey, did you know that this web form isn't loading? Do you know that this issue is causing significant barriers, or this question and its wording really is preventing folks from applying even when they're eligible? That level of conversation about governance, really with our movement partners and with elected officials, is incredibly key. Finally, I want to say we need to take a view that you started with, Sarah. It's both and. We should never cede power anywhere, and I'm going to say that really clearly. Sometimes we may not have the power to move certain policies at certain levels of government. That might be true at the city council level, the state level, or at the federal level. And in the American Rescue Plan, not everything we wanted as a progressive movement materialized in the federal bill. However, we have to figure out, I'll bring in my mentor, Norma Wong, who's a former state legislator from Hawaii, and she says, be water, right? If we can't get it here, go around, move around, flow around somewhere else. And so an example of this is that many of the benefits that came through the American Rescue Plan may not have been fully eligible for folks who are undocumented or who use an ITIN to apply. Some immigrant communities were excluded. And yet we saw amazing and brilliant organizing from folks on the ground in places like Washington and Colorado who worked with their elected officials to do things like expand EITC access to those who file an ITIN, or completely removing public benefit bans altogether. So that was Colorado that removed the public benefit bans. Expanding EITC access to ITIN filers is what Washington did. It's those moments where we say we may not have won it at one level, but where can we win it and where do we have power to move? And it's that close coordination that we need to follow through every single time to ensure that we're building the kind of world that we want and never giving up, but focusing not on the passage of the bill. It really is about how do we ensure that the bill, when it's passed, results in the outcomes that we need for the communities that we're working by, with, and for.
Thank you, Jesse. I love that analogy of water, and, especially thinking about the connectivity between the work we're doing at the local level, at the state level, and at the federal level. Like almost as like a team sport where sometimes certain people are stepping up and we can all cheer them on. Now I'm going to bring in our final speaker, Michelle Tremillo, who is the co-executive director and co-founder of the Texas Organizing Project, which has just been such an incredible partner in our work in Texas. So I'm thrilled to have her here. And one of the loudest and most aggressive advocacy voices in the state. So Michelle is a fourth generation Tejana, born and raised in a low-income neighborhood in San Antonio. After attending Stanford University, Michelle dedicated herself to fighting for racial and economic justice and returned to her native city. And, with 2 decades of community organizing experience, Michelle is responsible for TOP's overall strategy to create and win an economic and racial justice policy agenda in Texas's 3 largest metro areas, with, which population combined are probably the size of 3 states or more, as well as leading TOP's voter engagement program, the largest grassroots program in Texas, which has mobilized more than 3.2 million Black and Latino voters to the ballot box. So Michelle, the Texas Organizing Project has just been a leading force in local work to ensure that federal relief efforts generally, ranging from Hurricane Harvey to the COVID-19 pandemic, are developed with most impacted communities at the center. And this means both delivering for people, but it also means bringing them into the process, which often requires complex and difficult work between organizing groups and local governments, requires balancing the urgency of immediate needs with participatory process. So from your experience, what does successful implementation of these types of programs look like, and what kinds of collaboration do they require between government and communities? Oh, and I think you're on mute.
Sorry, I'm that panelist. I apologize. I got all excited. It's very rarely do I get to be on a panel that is so Texas focused. And as you mentioned, we are in, by the way, Harris County is larger than 26 other states yes, we are huge. And rarely do I go, gosh, I wish we were in El Paso, because we've got our work cut out for us in the 3 we're currently in. But sitting here today, I really wish we were in El Paso. So to be able to work with Councilwoman Annello and Representative Escobar. So thank you for having us. I think to start, Texas Organizing Project, we are a multi-issue organization. We're a membership organization. Our members are predominantly Black and Latino families in the 3 largest metro areas of the state, as we mentioned. And our agenda is formed by our membership. And then at election time, we run large-scale voter mobilization programs tied back to that racial and economic justice agenda. So We call it fighting with two fists, year-round organizing and electoral organizing. And, it's important for us to remember, we have, like this panel is actually a really great example of, you have a councilwoman who wants to center her community and there's barriers. You have a congresswoman who wants to center her community and there's barriers. Jesse talked about some of those barriers. It's always important for us to remember that we are operating in a system that is not designed to be equitable. It is designed to continue to operate the way things are right now. And so it's important that, I heard Jesse say, like, it's important to remember, to celebrate and to, and then do the critique, later. But, it's also very important for our elected officials to recognize from day one that this is a system that's designed to oppress us and that they actually have to come into office thinking differently about how to engage community, right? And so, I often think about, actually it was a local progress convening in 2018, Sarah, and I was invited to speak, and I spoke alongside an alderman from Chicago. And Carlos Ramirez Rosa, right? That's his name. And he talked about how he got elected, and he has his own budget that he oversees, and he brought the community in to determine what the budget priorities were going to be. And that was 2018. That was 4 years ago, and I still think about it regularly because it's something. I hope to one day be able to say that a council person that we work with has done the same thing. We as community, we work every day to push for a seat at the decision-making table. Where we can have the most impact right now in Texas is at the local level, right? I think people see what happens in Texas. I don't need to tell you the kind of barriers that we have at the state level for any kind of forward progress or any kind of centering of those most in need in our communities. At the local level, we can generate that kind of political will, but it takes tremendous effort. Jesse mentioned, single mom, 2 jobs. Our families are hurting, so to ask them to also keep a hawk's eye on what is happening at their local government is a tremendous amount to ask of most of our families. And so it is critical that we are pushing for our seat at the table. It is critical that we're, as movement organizations, building the base, setting the conditions on the ground that demand community be welcomed into local government. It's also important that our government welcome us in.
Thank you, Michelle. And, I think what you're really touching on is also just the need for sort of enormous structural change in how government is engaging and interacting with communities. I started off today by thinking a little bit about just like the extent to which local and state government have been totally hobbled by decades of disinvestment. And so the question when there are resources is both how to provide immediate relief and then also how to use those resources to create new cultures and structures that, actually build the power of government to bring communities in. So I think with that in mind, I want to focus back to Congresswoman Escobar. So we've talked a lot about the American Rescue Plan, and I want to ask you to really hone in a little bit on the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So it is, not going to shock anyone here that I will say that federal policies historically have often excluded certain groups, women, people of color, by failing to target laws to promote the economic and social inclusion of underserved populations. The story that you shared in your opening about wastewater was such a beautiful illustration of that. How will the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, recently signed into law, change that pattern?
Well, there's a very key and critical component to the Infrastructure and Jobs Act. We've got half of it is the traditional roads, bridges, highways, et cetera. But the other component is that water, wastewater, broadband, access to broadband, which is now a fundamental utility, and other sort of non-traditional components of infrastructure. In a state like ours, since we're talking about Texas, one of the things we have to be really thoughtful about, and I tried my best to change this in the legislation, but we were unsuccessful. We've got to worry about a governor who will use the funding from the federal government for what I consider malign purposes, like a governor who might use federal resources for a wall instead of for what Congress intended. So we've got to be very vigilant about that. But the good thing about the infrastructure and jobs law is that half of it is grants, not going to go through the governor. And so we are doing everything we can to ready our community. We're having conversations with our transportation experts, we're letting our local administrators know what's available. We're about to have a great conversation with our school districts. So as the federal member of Congress for an economically disadvantaged area, I'm going to do everything possible to make sure that there is a direct line between my community of need and those grants, so that we are pulling down as much of it as possible, so that a community like ours can try to get to the front of the line as often as we can. But we still got to be vigilant about that other half, which will run through the state of Texas and will run through significant obstacles. But I'm very optimistic that we're going to pull down some pretty wonderful resources to help connect people to the resources that they need.
Thank you. And that is such a great example of, how we can learn and evolve our approach, between the time of the CARES Act and the time of ARPA. There was a significant evolution at the federal level in providing dollars directly to local governments, which had significant impacts for folks in states that were interested in blocking funds or not interested in receiving them.
Exactly.
So deep appreciation for that. So I think I'm going to just open up one more question to Michelle, Jesse, and Alex, which is, I think as we are governing, we're learning, right? These systems were not designed by us. They were not designed for us. And in many cases, we are really learning by doing how they work, how we can change them, how we can transform them, how they should look different, how they must look different moving forward. So I'd love to just ask generally from this experience of, the implementation of ARPA, from the CARES Act, from other, federal implementation programs, what's something that you've learned that it is important for us to hold as we are moving forward in kind of continued advocacy for bigger, bolder, and more transformative federal programs? And maybe I will do it in the opposite order. So I'm going to call in Michelle first, and then Jesse, and then Alex.
I mean, I feel like it's really, reinforced, what we know, which is that we have to continue to push these systems and structures, right? I mean, it's just, it's hard to get the word equity into the vocabulary, right? So forcing the word equity into the vocabulary of implementation at the local level, and then make sure that it's not just lip service. We definitely have, we have seen talk of equity in distribution of the funding, but what that actually looks like in practice is not necessarily equity. And I think, just a real commitment. It takes time to build community input. I would love to have a one-on-one conversation with Councilwoman Annello. Like, how did you have a plan already ready? Because that takes time, like real community input that I don't see in other cities in Texas a real commitment to. There's a town hall there, and it's after. I use this analogy of a cake. Okay, so I said this to an elected official once. Okay, you all decided you were baking a cake. Then you decided what kind of cake it was going to be. Then you decided what frosting goes on the cake. And then you came to us and said, hey, we really want to know what kind of sprinkles you all want on this cake. Like, that is not bringing us into the decision making. That is not, so we also have to up what is acceptable as the progressive movement in terms of what our own participation and what our own access to the decision making looks like, and to keep pushing.
Thank you. Maybe I'll turn it over to Jesse.
Great, thank you. One example or one lesson that I want to share is that because of the intentional divestment from our cities and states, the real undermining of our public structures overall, we are dealing with a multi-generational effort to really de-credentialize public structures really that should serve us. And if we look at our history, many of these social structures actually didn't serve us well. So we're looking to both reimagine and rebuild new institutions of support. And so when we have things like large investments in families through the earned income tax credit, the child tax credit, or other supports that really will improve people's lives and move folks out of poverty, reduce childhood hunger, these are large policy wins that we need to celebrate. And so I had mentioned before the idea of celebration, and not just celebration, but broad promotion. And this is a lesson that I learned when I was an organizer working on the Affordable Care Act many moons ago, where it passed and we saw the ability to expand coverage to hundreds of thousands of people in the state of Colorado, where I'm from, and yet immediately the law was being attacked. So when the American Rescue Plan was passed into law, we did a series of digital ads nationally that talked about the benefits that were there. But what we realized is that many states don't have the ability to promote the kinds of services, benefits, or structures that they have to support their communities, largely because of that divestment we've talked about. And so in Pennsylvania, we worked with a set of state representatives there to make a customized landing page for residents of Pennsylvania where they could go to one place, find all of the benefits that were in the American Rescue Plan, and navigate towards the ones that were best suited for their own lived experience. Just that simple act, right, of building a simple landing page that said, here's all the programs in Pennsylvania that you may qualify for, and allowing folks to click through. We had tens of thousands of people clicking through that webpage, and we were unable to fully track how many folks were able to get benefits. But just one simple act of making our government more accessible, information easy to read, and multilingual meant that we were able to have folks engage at a different level to see that our public structures can and should serve each of us, right? And unfortunately, our systems usually are designed to be overly complex and rooted, especially in anti-Blackness and racism in our country. You're going to have to fill out 20 forms and these verifications and all of these other things. Sometimes we as organizers can actually change the conditions how folks can access the benefits that were designed to improve their lives, and pair that up with bureaucracy that sometimes is overly complicated or under-resourced, and actually get people the things that they need.
Sarah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I would say that something that I learned personally as an elected official is that, it takes time. It was, like I said, it was really exciting to get this funding. We were able to have these conversations. We identified so many results, so many problems, so many amazing solutions that even this amount of dollars could not have fixed. And it really does take time. This is a long process. We're not going to fix it all in a day, but even being able to be here and have the conversations and move in the right direction. I mean, all of the conversations had here today, in and of themselves, make this process better. And so as an elected official, yeah, it's going to take time, and each step is extremely important.
Thank you. So I will wrap this conversation with just tremendous gratitude to our panelists, and, like nerdy excitement as someone who kind of lives daily in the weeds of thinking through the interplay between state and local and federal governments and what happens after a bill is passed. And we have to actually, make government do it using the bureaucratic, budgetary, and administrative powers. Just so grateful for the depth and groundedness of this conversation, which both, went deep into the weeds, but was very centered in our values. And maybe I'll just end this with one plug. I feel like we were sort of talking in like past tense about the American Rescue Plan during this conversation, but with the final Treasury guidance having just come out, like most locality, like the significant majority of localities in America, including especially smaller and medium-sized localities, are going to be making crucial decisions in the next 3 to 6 months about the remaining ARPA funds. So for everybody tuning in, for the audience who's really trying to figure out how to work together to advance a more just and equitable future, this is a critically important time for you to be engaging with your local and state representatives about those decisions and about the impacts they can have on your community. And I think I will pass it back to Alan.
Thanks, Sarah, and thanks to all of our special guests for sharing such great insights during our first 2 panels. At 3:15, we're going to have a short break ahead of today's final few segments. But before we do that, we know this summit comes at a trying time for all of us. We hope that the next few minutes serve as an opportunity to exhale and as a reminder that we're surrounded by artists who are standing alongside us and working to make the world a more beautiful place. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce Hassan Al-Tayeb, FCNL's Legislative Director for Middle East Policy. His passion for foreign affairs is rooted in his desire to make life better for people in the Middle East, including his extended family in Jordan. He is convinced that advancing a more peaceful and diplomacy-based foreign policy in the Middle East is critical, not only for the family he loves, but for peace and stability worldwide. His writings and commentaries have been featured in numerous news outlets, including CNN, BBC World News, Politico, The Hill, Al Jazeera, The Huffington Post, The Intercept, and more. And I have to say, my 4-year-old loves the children's book they wrote. He's also an acclaimed vocalist and guitarist, and we are lucky to have him here to join us today for a musical interlude. Welcome, Hassan.
Alan, thank you so much. I'm really glad your 4-year-old digs the book. So I am just really thrilled to be on this, on this summit here with you all. Thank you so much to PCAF, Alan, everybody on your team for putting this together. This is really a fantastic event. And I'm just really thrilled to be talking with everybody here today about the 2 things in the world I think I'm most passionate about, which is music and politics. And, I spend my days lobbying with FCNL, the Friends Committee on National Legislation, to try to bring about some peace and diplomacy in the Middle East. And, one of the big things we're working on right now is trying to end U.S. military involvement in Saudi Arabia's war and blockade on Yemen. And I just think that's a critical priority. But at night, I'm really just trying to make as much music as possible. And, before I put on a tie and started, doing advocacy work on Capitol Hill, I was a full-time musician. I played nightclubs, I played festivals, and I taught a lot of music around the country. And though I don't do music full-time anymore, it still really plays a big role in my life as an advocate. In the face of a lot of difficulty and challenge, that one would assume when, you're trying to work on peace in the Middle East, it's kind of my way of relieving tensions, taking a breath, shifting my energy, and shifting from despair to a place of hope. It's my way to feel connected with other people and to help connect other people. And I once heard Arlo Guthrie say, if you play music, you got a friend everywhere you go. And that's been true throughout my entire life. So, I know a lot of people are feeling despair right now, but I think we can deal with it as a community. And I think music is a great glue for that. So go see some live music, even if it's outside, learn an instrument, learn a movement song. I just think about the power of the Poor People's Campaign. And, some of the great songs, Somebody's Hurting My Brother is just one that's always ringing in the back of my head. And The fact that they're teaching that music to people all around the country is really inspiring. So I guess my call to action for everybody before I jump into my tune is, just nurture your creative side. Use creativity for self-care. Keep yourself going. I think people on this call, I'm assuming, are, like myself, are lifetime progressives, lifetime activists, and are in this for the long haul. And, we have to just stick together, keep ourselves healthy, keep ourselves sane, and keep building our movement. And the song I'm going to play for you all today is one I wrote called 4 Walls, the COVID-19 Blues. And this is my tune that I wrote right at the start of the pandemic. And it was my way to kind of really process a lot of the pain I was feeling around this pandemic, the divisive politics. And, I work for the Quakers. And, this was kind of my prayer that we could maybe put aside our differences, even just for a moment, to, kind of get through this together. So maybe with that, I can jump in, if that's all right, Alan? Okay. Enough. Okay. Wake up every morning and I don't wanna read the news. So every single headline gives me the COVID-19 blues, and it's a cruel world. We're living in a cruel world. We got to come together stronger. Like we don't got longer. We got to come together stronger. When the future of this world I want ain't like this sick whole world I see. When I hear sirens in the distance, a million people screaming, I can't breathe. I've got 4 walls and the truth, the COVID-19 blues. Well, yes, I do. Politicians on TV, they're arguing again. This shouting match is just too much to comprehend. I wish we'd make up like we bleed the same blood. We got to come together stronger. Like we don't got longer. We got to come together stronger. Doctor says stay at home till it is safe again. The governor's on Twitter preaching the lockdown's got to end. And it's like Wayne's World, strange world getting stranger. We got to come together stronger. Like we don't got longer. We got to come together stronger. When the future of this world I want ain't like this sick whole world I see. When I hear sirens in the distance, a million people screaming, I can't breathe. I've got 4 walls and the truth. I've got 4 walls and the truth, the COVID-19 blues. Well, yes, I do. I said I do, I said I do, and I bet you do too. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Hassan. I was loving that. I was feeling it. I know our amazing ASL interpreter, Billy Sanders, was feeling it. And I'm pretty sure the folks watching were feeling it. Really appreciate you. And with that, we're going to take a short break, folks. We will see you all back here at 3:30. Welcome back to the Progressive Caucus Action Fund's 2022 Summit, Winning Change That's Built to Last. I'm Alan Barber, the Policy Director here at the Progressive Caucus Action Fund, and we're about to start a two-panel discussion where we'll hear from special guest members of Congress and movement leaders from around the nation who will share their thoughts on the challenges that lie ahead as we continue to fight for our democracy, racial and gender justice, a just foreign policy, economic equality, solutions to the climate crisis, and so much more. The first part of this discussion will feature special guest members of Congress and will be moderated by Deepak Bhargava. Deepak has been a progressive movement leader and organizer for 30 years, and he's known as an expert and strategist on issues of economic justice, immigrant rights, and politics. He teaches at the CUNY School of Labor and Urban Studies and is a co-founder of the Leadership Center for Democracy and Social Justice, which trains organizers for careers in social justice. Deepak?
Thanks so much, Alan. Welcome, everybody. We've spoken a lot today about the progressive wins of the last year, but we all know that myriad challenges lie ahead of us. So we're really pleased to have the chance to hear how our elected champions in Congress are continuing the fight in 2022 for our democracy, for economic justice, for solutions to the climate crisis. So I'm going to get right into it with our first guest. Congressman Jamie Raskin is a member of Congress from Maryland's 8th Congressional District. He was appointed as lead House manager in the second impeachment trial of former President Donald Trump, which ended with a 57-43 vote to convict Trump for inciting a violent insurrection against the government. Congressman Raskin was named by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to serve on the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And he's serving his third term on the House Judiciary Oversight and Administration Committees and his second term on the Rules Committee. He's authored a number of books, including most recently the New York Times bestseller, Unthinkable, Trauma, Truth, and the Trials of American Democracy. Congressman, welcome. We've seen the right wing work to undermine voting rights and our democracy, most vividly during the January 6th insurrection, but really it's been an ongoing campaign. What are the kinds of attacks on democracy that we need to be prepared for in the year ahead? And how do progressives defend and strengthen our democracy?
Well, Deepak, first of all, thank you so much for having me and making me part of this really important conversation. I appreciate it. And thank you for your extraordinary organizing to strengthen and fortify our democratic institutions. I think you're right that the way to do it, I think, is to think of January 6th as both this terrible explosion of seditious activity against democracy, but also as a paradigm for what's taking place across the country and throughout a lot of our political institutions. So, I think of January 6th as taking place in kind of three rings of sedition. And the outermost was a mass demonstration that started as a lawful demonstration, albeit called for a wild conclusion by Donald Trump. But it was a mass demonstration that became a riot. And then there was a middle ring, which was the insurrectionists, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the Three Percenters, the Aryan Nations, the militia groups, the First Amendment Praetorian, some of the right-wing religious groups. There were some cults there. The Moonies were there. Okay, so that was in the middle ring. And these people were training for a military assault on the Capitol and were the first ones to smash our windows and begin the assault against the police. And then the mob filled in. And then in the very inner core of it, of course, was the realm of the coup. And it's not a word we tend to use in American political parlance because we think of a coup as something taking place against a president. This was a coup organized by the president against the vice president and against the Congress. So we need to think about democratic political organizing as taking place to counter all three kinds of activities that we faced on that day. One is mass mobilization and indoctrination of people with right-wing propaganda. And we've got to deal with the social media and the disinformation, the conspiracy theory. And we've got to counter that with education. And we've got to mobilize people as citizens to educate people everywhere in the country and not surrender, one precinct, hamlet, town, or county in the country. We have to do the kind of work I'm doing with my friend Rashida Tlaib on the Oversight Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Civil Liberties against organized violent white supremacy, which even according to Donald Trump's own Department of Homeland Security is the single biggest security threat to our people. We see it in churches, we see it in mosques, we see it in synagogues, we see it in Walmarts, we see it in elementary schools. So we need to continue to combat that because it is a real danger to political institutions and people's willingness to go out in public and to participate. And then finally, at that inner core, we have got to defend ourselves against coups and against subversion of elections and against the suppression of voting rights. Now, the good news to my mind, Deepak, is that, look, the vast majority of the American people are with us. I mean, Hillary beat him by 3 million votes. Joe Biden beat him by 7.5 million votes. The young people are coming our way. The new Americans are coming our way. They are a minority party and a shrinking minority party. And one way you know that is they have no program, no agenda other than voter suppression. 2020 was a remarkable year for a lot of reasons. One of them was that it was the first time in the history of the country when a major political party did not adopt a platform. Their platform is whatever Donald Trump says it is, and then it is the manipulation of every anti-democratic device. So voter suppression, gerrymandering of our districts, court packing, right-wing judicial activism, and the transformation of the Electoral College, which is already an obsolete and bedeviled institution, into just a collection of booby traps that can explode in the face of the majority at any point. And of course, the filibuster. So we have to mobilize the power of the majority to vindicate majority rule in the country. And, liberals and progressives have always been the ones standing up for the Bill of Rights and individual rights, and we will always be there. But we have to flip it around now and realize it's the right of the majority to govern, which is being suppressed and neutralized by the right wing today.
Thank you for that. That was both very bracing, but also actually pretty inspiring. And the map you provided of the 3 layers and the strategies was very helpful. I want to hone in a little bit now on this question of the attacks on the right to vote. And with the failure of the Senate to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, what are the next steps for Congress in the months to come on this?
Well, I mean, it's frustrating because we've been hitting our head up against the wall with Joe Manchin and with Kirsten Sinema. I mean, the good news, of course, is they're with us on the underlying voting legislation, but it just doesn't mean that much in a political context that's controlled by the filibuster. So, we've tried to make the argument that the filibuster is not in the Constitution, which it isn't. It's not in federal law, which it isn't. It's a rule, and it's a rule that's already riddled with exceptions. 51 votes does it for trade adjustment authority. It does it for budget reconciliation. It does it for judicial nominations. There are more than 100 purposes where holes have been cut into the filibuster. It's like Swiss cheese. Why wouldn't we do it for the foundational organizing principle of democracy, which is the right of the people to vote? So that's our frustration there. There might be some things we can do around the edges. The problem now is that the GOP understands that it is their bag of anti-democratic tricks that keeps them in power. And so they oppose anything that will vindicate the right of the people to vote. What this means is that we are forced in a situation where, we have to accept the rules as they are the closer we get to the election and just teach the people what the rules are and get people registered to vote, educated to vote, and out to vote. And then we've got to make sure that we have lawyers at every step along the process fighting all of these efforts to just steal away our victories.
Thank you so much, Congressman Raskin, for those really helpful strategic answers and also for your leadership, which is visionary and so needed. Really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me.
I'm really excited to introduce our next member of Congress, Congressman Andy Levin of Michigan's 9th District. He's a union organizer, a human rights activist, a workforce policy expert, and a green energy entrepreneur. He spent his career fighting for an equitable and inclusive future for all people. And he brings that fight to Congress as a proud representative for Oakland and Macomb counties in Michigan, and as the deputy whip of the Progressive Caucus. Congressman Levin is known as the shop steward of Congress by union allies, and he puts working people at the center of every policy decision he makes, not just when it comes to labor policy, but in climate, healthcare, foreign policy, and a lot more. So Congressman Levin, welcome. The following question actually comes from a member of the audience, and we edited a little bit for length, but it's a pretty important question. Richard asks, please describe the work you are doing to reduce our bloated military budget and end endless wars.
Well, that is a great question. Thanks, Deepak. Thanks to you for doing this, to PCAF for organizing the event. And it's just such a pleasure to be here with my progressive siblings in and out of Congress as we struggle to transform our world. So to Richard's question, I mean, you're exactly right, Richard. The U.S. has been on an endless war footing, and bloated military spending brings massive problems with it. Right now, U.S. foreign policy is simply over-militarized. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for having the strongest military in the world, but our nation is way too focused on military solutions and not focused enough on how we get out of wars and how we prevent new wars and what should be funded instead, and how we have a foreign policy that starts with visions of peace and saving our planet and human rights and diplomacy first. So in terms of specifically my work, I've joined with fellow progressives to prioritize shrinking the Pentagon budget to more sustainable levels. This year, along with nearly 70 of my colleagues, and I'm afraid that's down a little bit from recently, so we got work to do, but I voted against the NDAA, as we call it, the National Defense Authorization Act. And why? Because it's just way too huge. That bill authorized $25 billion with a B, $25 billion more than the president requested. And it helps perpetuate our militaristic foreign policy. We're currently talking about a Pentagon top line of $778 billion. That's over $750 billion for military spending alone. And that doesn't even include other types of security spending like immigration enforcement and arms sales. When you factor everything in, we're talking about over $1 trillion each and every year on military and security spending. But compare the Pentagon budget to programs that we're not funding because we can't afford them, like paid family leave and free community college. Doing so helps us see how misaligned the U.S. priorities are, in my view. So the estimated cost of 12 weeks of paid family leave for all American workers for each year would be $22.5 billion. All workers. That's less money than just the Pentagon budget's increase that we're seeing. And my bill to provide free community college to help Americans prepare for the jobs of the future, and also 2 years of highly subsidized college at HBCUs and other minority serving institutions, would cost an estimate of half of the other one, about $11 billion each year, $10.9 billion to be specific. Yet currently, both of these initiatives are being held up, and it's just wrong. So I'm fighting to make sure our tax dollars are used to support programs that benefit the people of this country and the people of our world, and not more war. Now, beyond reducing the Pentagon budget, there are other ways I'm working to orient U.S. foreign policy away from a military-first approach and towards leading with diplomacy and peace. We can't just criticize overspending. We have to lead with vision and talk about specific cases. So take the U.S. Support for the Saudi-led war in Yemen. Since I first got here, I and my colleagues have been criticizing that, supporting a halt to arms sales, condemning abuses. And I've also spoken out at every opportunity to raise the alarm about the risks of war with Iran and the importance of pursuing diplomatic solutions there. And of course, I'm all about putting human rights and climate change at the very center of our foreign policy. From China to Burma to Egypt to Haiti, I'm on the front lines with so many awesome colleagues defending journalists, activists, civil society groups who want to determine their own future. And the common thread for all this, Deepak, is working to prevent war in the first place through diplomacy and working to end conflicts we're embroiled in by creating opportunities for truly sustainable peace by putting human rights and people's needs first.
So much for that. It's really inspiring to hear progressive, positive vision on foreign policy, not just leaving the field clear to the hawks and to those who want to take us into needless wars. So to continue on this thread, we've seen an increasing intersection between issues of foreign policy and immigration in the past year, including the governance crisis in Haiti and the large number of Haitian migrants who sought refuge in the United States in 2021, many of whom fled horrific violence at the US border, faced horrific violence at the US border. Yeah. Can you talk about how these issues intersect and how Congress can do better in putting human rights first in our policy, both our foreign policy and our immigration policy?
Absolutely. Well, thanks, Deepak. You know, I created the Haiti caucus last year, and I co-chair it with three amazing colleagues who represent big Haitian American communities: Ayanna Presley in Massachusetts, Yvette Clark in New York, and Val Demings in Florida. And the reason we did is our policy's just been going in the wrong direction. And after all, the Article 1 body of our Constitution needs to help set foreign policy. So in terms of immigration, I mean, both immigration to the US, but also migration worldwide are absolutely tied in to US foreign policy decisions. And the migration we're seeing out of Haiti today and recently can be traced back to some of the poor foreign policy choices that the US has made over the past few decades, like backing corrupt and unaccountable political leaders who didn't create conditions for sustainable peace in Haiti, or agricultural and development policies that made it hard for Haitian farmers to provide for their own people. Putting human rights at the center of our foreign policy decisions would go a long way towards addressing the drivers of migration, whether in Haiti or elsewhere in the world. And we know that people leave home often because they have no other choice. They don't feel safe. They can't make ends meet. They don't have enough to eat. So to get at the drivers of migration, we need to create better economic and security conditions and stop unwanted political and military interference in developing countries. For the US, that means choosing partners without histories of abuse so that security forces can be held accountable, and championing strong anti-corruption mechanisms to guarantee a fair playing field and an opportunity for ordinary citizens to find smart ways to help countries develop economically and create good paying jobs for their workers. You know, Congress also must appropriate sufficient resources to support migrants who are already en route and invest in programs that will get at the drivers of migration in long term, which feeds back to the last question about how we're spending too much on the military and not enough on that. And a human rights driven policy would prioritize stability and security in the long run, so that families are not forced to make the challenging decisions of whether to flee their homes for safety or opportunity, which nobody really wants to do. And in the short time, it means providing safe, clear, orderly ways for people to seek safety and protecting them from dangerous journeys to get to those safe places. And finally, Deepak, let me just say that we need to bring climate change into every one of these discussions. You know, I'm talking to Secretary Kerry about kind of a bold new idea. Instead of being all dealing with China Belt and Road and freaking out and being all reactive and defensive, what about a broad-shouldered, big-hearted American vision to partner with poor countries to leapfrog technologies and to go straight to 24/7 electricity with all renewables in, like, say, the Northern Triangle, where, you know, they need economic opportunity, Let's help them do offshore wind, onshore wind, solar, geothermal, storage, create jobs there, create jobs here, manufacturing, all that stuff. I mean, our foreign policy could be so much more positive and collaborative and, leave our whole imperialist and post-colonialist past in the past at long last. Thanks, Deepak.
Congressman, that's just incredible to see a progressive foreign policy vision that puts human rights, climate justice, social justice, economic justice at the center. It's just music to our listeners' ears. Thank you for your leadership. It's incredible to see.
Thanks.
Next, I'm thrilled to introduce Congressman Jamal Bowman from my home district of the Bronx, just FYI. He, after graduating from the University of New Haven, he began his career as a crisis intervention teacher in Bronx Public High School. He went on to earn a master's degree in guidance counseling from Mercy College and a doctorate in education. In 2009, he founded the Cornerstone Academy for Social Action, a Bronx middle school focused on unlocking the natural brilliance of all children through a holistic curriculum. And he served as principal there for a decade. He was elected to Congress in 2020, running on a platform of transformative progressive policies that will improve the lives of those who have been legislated out unfairly of the American dream. He's dedicated to passing visionary policies that infuse climate justice with economic and racial justice. And really, he highlights continually the importance of research and investments in communities of color. Congressman Bowman, welcome. It's a thrill to have you. We know that the pandemic has really exacerbated economic inequality in this country. Can you break down for us what are the solutions that will help us make sure that families make it through this pandemic, but also level the playing field for good so that everyone in our country has a chance to thrive?
First of all, thank you for having me. It's a real pleasure and honor to be with you, and huge shout out to my progressive family from Congress. Our office recently called for another COVID relief package because what we're hearing on the ground is that families, particularly single moms, continue to struggle and recover from the impact of COVID. We've always pushed to make sure undocumented immigrants were a part of that conversation so that they can get the resources they need to support their children who are going to our public schools and to support the economy overall. Another part of that focus is not just getting people economically back onto their feet, but also dealing with the psychosocial and mental health challenges that so many are enduring during this pandemic. We're seeing a rise in domestic violence. We're seeing a rise in self-harm amongst our children. We're seeing a rise in hospital visits, emergency room visits, because children are dealing with suicidal ideation. We opened up the schools, but we didn't have a mental health safety net for kids to receive once they entered back into the schools. So we saw a rise in violence as a result of that. This is obviously an unprecedented time. The trauma of 4 years from the previous president, the trauma of the big lie, the trauma of the January 6th insurrection, and the trauma of a global pandemic that's killed well over 800,000 people. So a new COVID relief package is necessary, but rooted in the grassroots, rooted in working people, and rooted in the bottom up, and really getting boots on the ground, resources to the most vulnerable communities so that people can survive and endure this. In addition to that, we need a federal jobs guarantee. And we've needed a federal jobs guarantee for a very long time. We should not accept unemployment at 3%, 4%, 7%. There should be no unemployment in our country. We are the wealthiest nation on earth. We need to redesign our economy so that wealth is not continually concentrated in the hands of a few, but everyone gets to share equitably in the wealth. Federal jobs guarantee, $15 minimum wage, prevailing wage for all workers, and more equity in terms of worker pay and CEO pay. Because we are living during the time of the Gilded Age, right? Like wealth inequality is so bad, as bad as the Gilded Age. You cannot have a democracy with this level of equality. And that's why I continue to talk about equity, equity, equity. Without economic equity, we do not have a democracy. So a federal jobs guarantee is critical. Finally, and as a former educator, I constantly talk about this, we need alignment between what kids are learning in our K-12 schools and the challenges of our current economy. How are our kids graduating from high school ready to tackle the issue of climate change? How are kids graduating from high school ready to tackle the issue of mass incarceration, the issue of healthcare costs, the issue of housing as a commodity, food insecurity, all of the issues that have plagued us for so long? How are we preparing kids in our K-12 system to think and create and interact differently and critically with the environment around them and with challenges that we have now that we've never had before? And how do we prepare them to create a new world that, where they can think of questions and answers to things we haven't even conceived of yet? That's the kind of critical creative thinking and critical creative problem solving that's needed. And that's going to help us evolve to a multi-racial democracy and evolve from the rabid, toxic competition that is literally killing us and killing the planet to the global cooperation that we need, which will deal with the issue of militarism, over-militarism, deal with the issue of democracy reform, which is what Mr. Raskin spoke about, deal with the issue of xenophobia and all the things that got us at each other's throats, ready to fight and kill each other for scarce resources. And what we've learned and what research has shown is this is an abundant world. And if we take care of it and each other, there's more than enough to go around. So it's multi-step, multi-layered, completely doable. And guess what? The American people are ready, willing, and able and waiting for us to do this in support of them because they voted us into office to get this work done.
Thank you so much for that incredible answer and for putting together what well-being for our communities really looks like, the material elements, the mental elements, the psychological well-being, the family well-being, education, really incredible. So maybe a quick follow-up for you would be, we've seen mothers dropping out of the workforce at really staggering rates over the course of the pandemic, often because they cannot access affordable childcare. What are you hearing from moms and families in your district about how the pandemic has affected their lives, and what does Congress need to do about it?
It was a crisis before the pandemic, as you know. I mean, childcare costs have been through the roof for a very long time. And it's not just childcare costs in isolation. It's the stagnation of wages over several decades, in addition to rising childcare costs, healthcare costs, travel costs, education costs, and the like. So the struggle was real before the pandemic, but the pandemic gives us an opportunity to pause, take a deep breath, take a fresh look, reimagine and redesign our economy so that no one is paying more than 7% of their salary in childcare. This is part of the Build Back Better Act. This is why we were fighting tooth and nail to make sure that bill was signed into law at the same time as the bipartisan infrastructure framework. Unfortunately, it was not, but we still have to continue to fight to get that done, because this is not just about the cost of childcare and getting our moms back to work. It's also about what childcare does for a baby's brain development and what the dignity of work and prevailing wages does to a family's self-esteem and well-being, which also benefits the baby's brain development. When we are stressed out in our homes, that impacts the development of our children. And when we're not making enough money, we are stressed out. And that impacts the development of our children. So childcare and universal pre-K is so healthy for the overall economy, for the mom or single parent, and for the child's development. So now they hit the ground running when they enter kindergarten and do better in school and have better post-secondary outcomes. It's all interconnected, it's all holistic. And I'm so just honored to be a member of the Progressive Caucus because we see the world this way. And guess what? The majority of the American people do as well. So it's good to be working with a group that is clear, that is focused, and that is relentless in fighting for justice in all of these areas for our people.
Thank you so much, Congressman Baumann. What a thrill to have such visionary and grounded leadership that really knows what families need and what families are about. Really appreciate you. Thank you. It's now my honor to introduce Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, who represents Michigan's 13th Congressional District, which includes the city of Detroit and many surrounding communities. She's a well-known progressive warrior and, in her own words, quote, a mother working for justice for all. Her two young sons are at the root of her unwavering passion to help change lives for the better. She's the oldest of 14 children born and raised in Detroit, the proud daughter of Palestinian immigrant parents. Congresswoman Tlaib made history in 2008 by becoming the first Muslim woman to ever serve in the Michigan legislature. She's beloved by residents for the transformative constituent services she's provided and for successfully, I want to underline the word successfully, fighting the billionaires and corporations that tried to pollute her district. Welcome, Congresswoman. It's wonderful to have you. And I really want to talk some with you about environmental justice. You've highlighted the challenges that communities in the 13th district have faced on account of toxic emissions and odors coming from nearby industrial operations. What does environmental justice mean for the communities that you represent?
Thank you so much, first of all, for allowing me to share space with all of you and really bringing the incredibly important work of many of my colleagues that you all heard from. But this is a very personal issue for me. I grew up in Southwest Detroit around the same polluters and corporate polluters and industry that is plaguing the communities I represent and fight for now. Growing up, I say this all the time, and when I say it, residents nod their head. I thought that smell was normal, to smell that hydrogen sulfide in my clothes. I thought that many trucks coming through the neighborhood, rattling the house, dodging them as I'm walking to school. I thought that was just normal. That was a way of life. So environmental justice for me means acknowledging that the actions of corporate polluters, the actions of multiple levels of government that allow these polluters to exist in communities like mine, and the illnesses and deaths that come from this. All of this are actions rooted in environmental racism. From that acknowledgement, environmental justice means working in an intentional way to repair those harms, holding polluters accountable, getting them out of frontline communities and putting those communities first when targeted resources are available, right? I continue to see us doing so much, but then frontline communities are never at the forefront of how we implement those dollars on the ground. So environmental justice means creating policies for the future that keeps communities of color, Indigenous communities, and low-income communities first in mind, and not an afterthought when it comes to our green future.
Thank you so much for that leadership on the ground. And obviously that same challenge is being faced all across the country. I want to ask you, legislation to tackle climate change has faced a particularly difficult uphill battle in this Congress. And I want to get a sense from you of what actions you think the Biden administration should consider taking unilaterally with using executive authority.
I am so glad that we actually have an alternative way, and it's very clear. Our friends at the Center for Biological Diversity have a great list, for all those listening, a great list of executive actions the president could take today to actually deliver on the promise to be a climate president. The White House and the president need to step up. They need to be bold and courageous. They have failed our communities by passing the bipartisan, infrastructure bill that gutted NEPA and subsidizing fossil fuel industry without the climate investments and mitigations that are in Build Back Better. They both belong together and they should have stayed together. Some of the executive actions include one that is one of my favorites, is stop approvals of all new fossil fuel infrastructure projects. President Biden can direct all federal agencies to use their authority right now under existing laws that the National Environmental Policy Act and Clean Water Act to reject the federal permit applications for all fossil fuel infrastructure projects. This is an emergency situation, a crisis in our country right now. He should pull pull the presidential permit for Line 5 oil pipeline in the Great Lakes like he did for Keystone XL. So it's important, again, that people are educated to understand this is very, very, very much an option on the table. The other really important option that President Biden has is banning federal fossil fuel leasing and drilling, regardless of oil industry and red state lawsuits challenging the administration's moratorium on leasing. President Biden can halt all federal fossil fuel leasing and permitting on public lands and waters, as promised during his presidential campaign. We're going to have his back when he does it. More people are with him on this, and we're going to, again, have to challenge it. Corporate greed is extremely at the center of all of this, but I know the people power is so much more powerful and much larger. And again, we would have his back. Biden must complete the comprehensive review and the rulemaking on the federal leasing program. This is really critical. Advocates have talked about this. Also directing the Secretary of Interior to permanently ban fossil fuel lease sales now and enact a managed decline of fossil fuel production consistent with limiting warming to more than no more than 1.5 degrees. And so these are other options. Other ones, Dika, what I find very, very important as an option is halting fossil fuel exports. So President Biden can reinstate right now the crude oil export ban. This was overturned in 2015, a major driver of the oil shale boom, by declaring a national emergency under the National Emergencies Act. He can also direct the Department of Energy to reject applications for gas exports to the extent allowed under the Natural Gas Act. He could also, mobilize domestic industry to manufacture and install renewable energy technology with good paying union jobs. One of the things that folks don't realize, on a wartime, footing, President Biden can marshal federal funds and coordinate the action of private companies to jumpstart a thriving domestic renewable energy industry. These, this kind of includes like manufacturing, installing, green energy systems, energy efficiency technology, electric transportation infrastructure, all of it under the Defense Production Act. Unions must be a key stakeholder. It must be at the table in the process to ensure that, again, these new energy economy that we want to create with this, that it does lead to good paying union jobs. It is also, and this is one of the last kind of options he has on the table, is to truly focus, and this is something that's important to my community, build a resilient, distributed renewable energy systems in frontline communities most affected by dirty and unjust energy complex. The president can direct emergency relief and disaster funds and redistribute, military funding to build resilient energy systems under the Stafford Act and the National Emergencies Act. The construction of these systems, including community and rooftop solar, storage, microgrids, must be prioritized in frontline communities that have been negatively impacted and overwhelmingly impacted and harmed by the racist fossil fuel system and climate disasters. So these are options that are on the table by our president. I know this, people across the country, no matter where folks live, they want a courageous approach to addressing the impact of climate in their lives. And they know that the federal government has to take a lead on this. And again, time is of the essence. And I know the president can gain so much incredible support, not only from grassroots organizations I've worked with, but other organizations that may be labor community, maybe the sector that's working on green infrastructure. All of them will come to the table and support this effort.
That was incredible, Congressman. Thank you for being so clear about the ways that we are not just kind of held hostage by what does or doesn't happen in the Senate, that there's so much that can be done with a smart, sophisticated, people-powered agenda that really puts racial justice, economic justice at the center of a climate agenda. Thank you so much for your visionary leadership.
Thank you.
And thanks to all of our champions for their leadership. In the face of right-wing attacks, big money interests, persistent structural barriers, the members that we heard from today are doing incredible work to advance progressive priorities and move our country forward. Being a progressive member of Congress these days, unfortunately, requires bravery. And we really want to thank them and appreciate them for their courage in these unprecedented times. And thanks to all of you for listening in and joining this great conversation.
And thank you, Deepak, and our special guest members of Congress for kicking off this conversation on the road ahead. Now we're going to continue this discussion with esteemed movement leaders from across the nation. To moderate this panel, we're lucky to have Lorella Preelli, the co-president of Community Change and Community Change Action, and a longtime leader in the progressive social justice movement. Loretta is passionate about building collective power to win transformative policy change at all levels of government so that people can thrive. Most recently, she was a deputy national political director at the ACLU, where she fought to defend and expand the rights of immigrants and refugees. Prior to joining the ACLU, Lorella mobilized the Latinx vote as Hillary Clinton's national Latino vote director. Lorella?
Thanks so much, Alan. I'm so happy to be here, especially to follow up that great discussion with our champions on the Hill, led by my friend and co-conspirator, Deepak Bhargava. Before we look at 2022 with our panel, I want to remind us again of what we achieved last year, a massive economic recovery bill that directed billions of dollars to our communities for childcare, education, healthcare, housing, and direct cash relief. We cut child poverty by almost 50%, and we still have a path forward to pass another major win with crucial investments in climate, childcare, and other priorities. It's essential that we celebrate our wins because it is our vision for a just economy, and it's the years, the decades of organizing that we invested to build power and shift narrative together that helped to set the agenda for the president and the Democratic Party last year. The work of our movement set the stage for the American Rescue Plan, for critical investments in green jobs, clean water, public transit, and more in the infrastructure bill, and for the House passage of Build Back Better. And what a difference it has made to have a powerful and organized congressional progressive caucus. I view the CPC as the best expression of the kind of partner we need to carry out the mandate of the people. We need more elected officials who are clear on the ability of the government to do good and who steadily focus on the job of solving problems, transforming systems to create a more just society, not just tinkering at the edges. And I know this is what the CPC strives to do every day. At the same time, we have to be real. We're witnessing the alarming rise of authoritarianism in our country. From the hyper-local to the federal level, the GOP is seeking to dismantle rights and liberties, to erase the facts of US history, to reverse the gains of the civil rights movement, of the women's rights movement, of the rights of the fight for freedom for LGBTQ people. They have been laying their groundwork for decades with patience and discipline. So even as we are angry and frightened, we must out-organize and out-strategize them. That means laying our own groundwork, being rigorous and honest in our analysis of power and possibility, rethinking some of the ways we operate, changing what doesn't work, building now what will bear fruit in 4 years or maybe 40 years. We owe it to our communities and to the next generation. Today's conversation is timely. We want to talk about the year ahead and the opportunities it offers to notch more wins and to bring more people into our movement, including through implementation of ARP and potentially Build Back Better. But we must absolutely also think beyond this year. So to begin to chart that path forward in 2022 and beyond, I am so happy to introduce our first speaker, Damon Hewitt. Damon is the president and executive director of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under the Law. He's a longtime leader on voting rights, civil rights, and racial justice, with organizations ranging from the Executives Alliance for Boys and Men of Color, Open Society Foundations, to the NAACP LDF. And he's also the co-author of the book, The School to Prison Pipeline, Structuring Legal Reform. Damon, let's go ahead and start with big democracy questions that I know are on everyone's mind. Welcome.
Thanks so much.
So good to have you here. Last week, the Senate failed to pass a major federal voting rights package, when Senators Manchin and Sinema sided with the Republicans in opposition to a Senate rules change. That loss followed a year when at least 19 states passed 34 laws restricting access to voting. When it comes to voting rights, it can feel like we're going backwards as a country. So what lessons do you draw from the Senate votes last week? And how should we be thinking about the fight for our democracy at the federal, state, and local levels?
Sure. Well, thank you so much. And thank you to the Progressive Caucus Action Fund, and hi to all of the folks watching and the fellow panelists whose words I'm eager to hear as well. So in terms of lessons, look, here is the sad reality. We expected the loss, right? We expected that the vote would fail, yet we poured all of our energy into it throughout the civil rights and racial justice communities, as we should. And hopefully we'll talk in a minute about what we could do differently going forward. But one lesson I take from it is that this was a setback, no doubt. However, the legislation is critical, but it was never, the process of getting legislation was never the only thing. It shouldn't have been the only thing. You know, we recently lost Lina Guinier, who was such a giant and a mentor to me and so many. In her book, Lift Every Voice, she talked about turning civil rights setbacks into a path forward. And in her chapter 8, she talked about lawyers and the role that lawyers can play as architects of a new public space, as bridge people, she called us. And she talked about how the gaze had started to shift from communities to behind the scenes negotiations, to backdoor deals and quiet diplomacy, and how we lost so much to the point that even sometimes the community didn't even realize what advocates in DC were doing, that we actually hurt ourselves. And so I think, to me, one takeaway is that we have to continue to bring our message to communities, to the streets, so to speak, because the DC action is obviously determinative of what legislation gets passed, but it's never the only avenue. It's never the only way. And we obviously can't give up. We obviously can't give an escape hatch and let these folks who voted against this legislation escape through this escape hatch and think that there is no accountability, that they're Teflon, and that there's nothing and no one who can reach them. We have to keep fighting and keep going.
Can you, that's a perfect line to transition into this question, because I'm interested in hearing more about how we can scale our response to these attacks on voting rights. Since election management is so decentralized, with most rules governing elections adopted at the state and local levels, what does it look like to be able to scale our response?
Well, I think we have to continue to center not just the plight, but the possibilities that a fully inclusive democracy can bring us. I think that we have to not just focus on the crises of the moment, but frankly, what it takes to what you might call professionalize the elections processes in ways that close loopholes for chicanery, for making mayhem, efforts that actually give a way for, like, hey, here are the proposals, here are the policies, here are the procedures, and here's the training even that's needed. And it's important for our communities, because when people in our communities go to vote, the poll workers are typically people from our communities as well, right? So there's an audience there of people who are volunteering. And I've been there in polling places, especially in my home state, Louisiana, where you have people who are trying to do the right thing, actually implementing the wrong rules, or implementing rules incorrectly sometimes, saying, well, you have to have ID to vote, when in fact, you didn't have to have ID to vote in Louisiana. You could sign an affidavit under state law, not a provisional ballot, but an affidavit. So I think that we actually have to play every lane, especially because we know who's trying to take over the election boards and the election polling place worker processes, right, all over the country. So we certainly have to do that as part of a serious plan going forward. But we also have to continue to make those who aren't with us uncomfortable, right? Again, no escape hatch. They have to be made uncomfortable. And look, for some of these folks, it doesn't stick. You know, President Biden, some of us were there in Atlanta when he, compared, Mitch McConnell, Republicans, to Bull Connor during the Jim Crow era. And, McConnell found his way to slither, out of that tag. But we shouldn't let up and allow them to get away with this. So we have to make them uncomfortable with new and more, I guess, ingenious efforts going forward. But I also think we have to call our friends to task, right? In the Democratic Party, and of course, we're a C3 and we're fully nonpartisan, but even those who voted for us, some of what's happening as a subtext, a subcurrent is there is, what the Supreme Court said is permissible under the Constitution. Political gerrymandering is the evil twin of racial gerrymandering. In fact, at the Lawyers Committee, we call it political-racial gerrymandering because there really isn't a bright line. There was recently a case where we took a loss in Illinois where the state Democrats who control the legislature protected white incumbents on the backs of Black people in East St. Louis. So we actually have to call out our own or call them in when we can about using the same kind of tools that you see another party using in order to do something to preserve power, but it hurts Black and brown people. That is not okay. And I would just say, finally, we need a bigger politics that goes obviously beyond virtue signaling, but also beyond authentic solidarity. How do we actually integrate the resources, the strategy of our movements in ways that can actually secure big ones, one after the other? How do we bring everything to that scale of infrastructure that we've been talking about during the earlier discussion? Democracy is infrastructure, and it should be just as tangible as a bridge or a road.
Okay, you gave us so much to work with here, and I think that these are some of the top lines for organizers who are tuning in right now, and really for strategists and leaders who are listening right now. We have to play in every lane. We don't have to make these choices. They're false choices. Make people who aren't with us uncomfortable. I heard you say that loud and clear. We shouldn't let up. And we have to call our friends to test in order to build a bigger politics. So just as we close with you, before we go into our next speaker, I want to ask, yesterday, of course, it was reported that Justice Breyer will retire at the end of the term. And the president has made a historic number of judicial nominations in his first year, including 8 Black women nominated to federal appeal courts. But this might be the only opportunity he has to fill a seat on the Supreme Court. So how are you thinking about the future of the court? Do you support expanding the court? How would an expansion impact Black voters specifically, particularly when we're talking about the voting rights cases before the court?
Certainly. Well, look, there are a number of different reform proposals. The one that we have publicly supported is term limits. And look, in some ways, that's not even the most provocative thing because even conservatives, many of them, at least at some point, have supported term limits. But term limits can do a lot of work for us, and they're frankly consistent with the notion of opening up opportunities to bring in new voices as we are now. What I would hate to see is an expanded court without limitation on terms that then creates what is now a 6-3 super hyper-partisan majority and make that something like a 9-3 at some point if things go south. So we have to look at all of these different pieces in concert. I don't think court expansion without more is going to save the day. We have to do something that structurally allows us to bring in new voices, knowing that our democracy, our very populace, via demographic change and rising social consciousness, we hope, is actually doing a lot of work for us and getting those new voices and new perspectives on this court.
Damon, thank you so much. I want to bring in, I feel like we've got a lot of lessons here, and that's what this panel is going to be all about. I'm going to call in Hadar Suskin. He is the president and CEO of Americans for Peace Now. And prior to joining APN, he served as senior vice president of government relations for the Council on Foundations, as the director of Bend the Arc Jewish Action, as vice president of the Tides Foundation, and as vice president for policy and strategy for J Street. What a treat to have you with us today and to be in conversation with you to pick up on foreign policy. We ready to go?
Ready to go. Thanks, Veronica.
All right. So in US politics, foreign policy sometimes seems siloed from other issues, but many progressives are increasingly seeing the Palestinian struggle through a human and civil rights lens. How do you think we can more effectively connect the dots between human rights issues in the US and internationally?
Well, thank you. It's a great question. And, my short answer to that when I'm talking to folks in the movement, or I'm talking to elected officials, is that our progressive values can't stop at the border, right? They can't stop at the US border or any other border for that matter. We need to be consistent in our worldview and consistent in the kind of lives that we want to help people around the world live, whether that is here in the US, in Israel, in Palestine, or anywhere else. And I think so many of our great progressive caucus champions, we just finished seeing Rashida Tlaib, who's brought an incredibly important voice as a Palestinian American woman to Congress. Andy Levin right before that, or Jamal Bowman before that, and Andy Levin, who's been the leader on the Two-State Solution Act. So I think what's important for us, and that's certainly the kind of work that we try to do, is to bring those progressive values and make it clear that the same things we want for people living here in the US are the things that we want for Israeli children and for Palestinian children. And we know that that's not the case right now. That's not the reality, right? In Israel and Palestine, we're not looking at an equivalency of opportunity. And US has long stated policy supporting two states. And I actually think it's really important when we say that, to say, what does that mean? Two states actually means supporting the creation of a Palestinian state. And in order to create that Palestinian state, you need to end the occupation, right? And so we've got this policy on the books, and that's actually been with Democratic and Republican presidents, and Democratic and Republican Congresses have supported and endorsed that in the past. What we haven't seen is action to actually move us toward that, action to make that real and to say, here's this policy we support, what are we going to do? Because far too often, elected officials, unfortunately, in both parties, would rather be comfortable and would rather, mouth the platitudes. Sure, we support two states. Sure, we support opportunity. But when you actually say to them, that means you have to end the occupation. That means you've got to change the way we're doing business. That means we have to change the US relationship to the Israeli government, the US relationship to Palestinian leadership. Then, to go back to what my friend Damon was saying, people need to be made uncomfortable. Because in this situation of Israel-Palestine, we've got a 54-year occupation. And under international law, that's a temporary situation, that occupation. But we're talking about generations of people who've been born and lived their whole lives under occupation now. And whether it's the US administration, Congress, American Jewish organizations like mine, and others, people who care about this need to understand that we can't just keep going in the comfort zone on this. We need to see people made uncomfortable.
I'm picking up on a theme here. Making people uncomfortable seems to be what we're going with. So I really love that you said our progressive values can't stop at our borders. And I think I have two related follow-up questions here. What is the case that you think we need to be making to the administration and to members of Congress to address some of the things that you've talked about? And what do we tell people who are preoccupied with local policy? They're trying to plug into, advance, and push for and organize for a federal domestic agenda. How do we get people to tune into foreign policy and to really embody and to practice what it means to ensure that our progressive values don't stop at our borders and to really respond to your call to action?
Yeah, I'll start with the second part of that. I think so many issues get siloed in our work, right? And I've worked on different things over the years. I spent time working on climate change. I spent time working on immigration and refugee issues. Sometimes we think about those as domestic policy, but the truth is that's foreign policy too, because it's global policy. And all of these things connect. What our government spends money on, if we're spending money in one place, it means we're not spending it in another place, right? We all know that. So these things are interrelated. Sure, depending on, a particular member, they may have constituency concerns. They may have bigger, American Jewish constituencies, Arab American constituencies, others that are going to care about particular sets of issues. But this is about upholding our US policy priorities and upholding American values, right? We say we care about freedom. We say we care about opportunity. We say we care about justice. Those things need to be implemented in all of our policies and in our government actions. And so I take that into actually what should we be advocating for toward the administration. And again, I think many members of the Progressive Caucus deserve a lot of credit here for consistently voicing their concerns, pushing, leading on, dear colleague letters and other things where they're pushing the administration to say, uphold your stated policy positions. If you go through and you read the books, what's on there in terms of US positions, they're not perfect. We could do more and better. But the biggest disconnect, the biggest problem isn't that we don't have the right policy. It's that administration after administration after administration has failed to prioritize those policies, has failed to be willing to push, has failed to be willing to be uncomfortable and make people uncomfortable. So, the United States does not recognize Israeli sovereignty over the West Bank or the Gaza Strip or East Jerusalem, for that matter, as do almost no countries under international law. It's a temporary occupation. The U.S. is opposed on paper to settlement growth, which is illegal in an occupation. And yet, again, for decades and decades and decades, under Democrats and Republicans and under, more right-wing and more left-wing Israeli governments, the U.S. has primarily turned a blind eye, maybe commented once in a while saying, hey, we don't really like that. So what we need to advocate for the administration to do is to stand up to the things that they say that they believe and to uphold the policy positions that they have stated. And, like in every other area, this administration had a tremendous amount of work to clean up the raging dumpster fire that was left by the previous administration. And they've done some of that work when it comes to Israel-Palestine, but there are a number of things left. The Trump administration closed the consulate in East Jerusalem that served West Bank Palestinians. And the Biden administration said during the campaign that they would reopen it. They haven't done it yet. And they've got their reasons, and there's politics and there's questions, but they said they were going to do it. They should do it. There's also a question of the Palestinian representation here in the United States, where they don't have political representation here, which is more difficult because of legislation. But again, if they prioritize that, they could figure out ways to do it. So they need to live up to what they've said.
So I want to pick up again on this theme of we've got to make people uncomfortable. And I wonder, Hadar, if you can lean into that a little bit more. What does it look like to make people uncomfortable? What does it look like when you have an administration that has made a set of commitments, but hasn't followed through on those commitments yet? And when members of Congress are rallying around a policy, but there is no action that's really trying to make that, move that to the finish line. How do you characterize and think about making them uncomfortable?
I think it is one of the key pieces is getting past the platitudes, getting past the things that certainly anyone who's a member of Congress has learned their lines, right? If I'm standing at an event and I'm supposed to talk about Israel, here's the standard things I'm going to say, boom, 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 the special US-Israel relationship, all of these other things. We need to get past those and speak the hard truths. There was a story that came out in an Israeli newspaper this week about a massacre that happened of Palestinians during the 1948, what Israelis refer to as the War of Independence and Palestinians refer to as the Nakba. And, this is history that is still in people's lived memory. And yet it was denied by Israeli government, one after another denied. There was a PhD student wrote a thesis about it and was ultimately forced to recant it and say he was wrong. And finally, some of the people who are now all quite elderly who perpetrated this massacre came out and admitted it. And they said it was true. And, that's part of the history. And acknowledging truth, acknowledging history, as painful as it is really important for trying to move forward and trying to find, a better future for Israelis and for Palestinians that has peace and that has justice in it. And so much of our politics falls back on point scoring, on saying, no, my side is right and your side is wrong. And I think that uncomfortableness of being willing to speak about truth, that uncomfortableness of being willing to use words that, correctly reflect the situation on the ground. Again, there are people who, I refer to 54 years of occupation. There are people who don't like to talk about the occupied territories, or, they want to call them by the biblical names, Judea and Samaria, implying, thousands of years of Jewish ownership over those. We need to use the right terms. We need to be honest about history, and we need to be honest about what's happening right now and the power disparities and what governments are trying to do, and push past just, speaking from the script on what those lines are and get to the issues that are really at play.
I want to thank you, Hadar, for all of that and for really reminding us that that many of the issues that we generally think about as domestic issues are really global issues. They're really foreign policy issues. And I think it's not just a call to action for elected officials, but really for us who are at the forefront of shaping the agenda and shaping and fighting for the kind of future we believe in. So thank you for that. I want to call in my dear friend. I am such a fan of, and I love all the speakers here, but really Minnie Timaraju, who is the president of Narrow Pro-Choice America and a dear friend. She advised the Biden-Harris administration on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. She also served, and I know this because we were neighbors, as the women's vote director on the 2016 Hillary Clinton presidential campaign. A huge fan, and also what a year, Minnie, and the fights that we are living in.
Well, it's true. Not only were we neighbors, I'm pretty sure at one point we might have even shared a cubicle. So let's just keep it real. Campaign life.
That is true.
I mean, neighbors sounds very luxurious. We're on top of each other.
We really mean the cubicle game.
Yes, like old
Minnie, I want to focus in on really thinking about last year, 2021. Saw yet another wave of attacks on reproductive rights, reproductive justice nationwide. And we may see Roe itself overturned in the coming months.
Yes.
The campaign to end access to abortion seems to be operating on all fronts, from state legislatures and state courts to Congress to federal courts and the Supreme Court itself. And so what do you have to say to us? How can progressives stay motivated in the fight to fight? How do you think about the path forward on policy, on strategy, on organizing? You've got decades of experience on this. So tell us.
So much, such a big question. So I'll start with the basics. So completely correct. We could see Roe completely gutted, undermined. It's been, let's be frank, whittled away for a very long time. I like to remind folks, I'm turning 49 next month. Roe just turned 49. I am almost the exact age as Roe v. Wade. My parents immigrated to this country on the promise of democratic freedoms, much like your family, Lorella. And I never imagined a world where my kids may not have the same constitutional rights that I would. And it's a good reminder, you and I worked on 2016, how much damage can be wrought by a deeply problematic president and administration, right? How much extreme damage and how much he was able to pack this court with extremist judges. So reproductive freedom, I'm not going to understate it. It's in an utter crisis. We've got the Mississippi case, Dobbs versus Jackson Whole Women's Health, a case about an abortion clinic in an abortion ban in Mississippi, a 15-week abortion ban targeting one standing abortion clinic in Mississippi that goes to 16 weeks. That's how incredibly nasty and depraved these fights are, just to give you context. Last year, over 100 abortion attacks and limitation bans laws were passed across the country, a record number. If the court upholds the Mississippi ban, we're expecting 28 states poised to take action to restrict abortion access, 12 with trigger bans in place to ban abortion immediately, automatically once Roe falls. And as I said, a record number of attacks. And I want to underscore one of the worst. We don't even really have to wait for the court to take action on the Mississippi case, because we've already seen the court take inaction on SB 8 in Texas, a draconian anti-abortion bounty hunting scheme in my home state. Deeply disturbing. For context, it affects 1 in 10 US women of reproductive age, and that's just cisgender women, right? So, and we're seeing copycat bans in 6 states already, and we're tracking 7 more states poised to do the same. So just the fact that this extremist court refused to take action, direct action, to stop SB 8 when they could, has unleashed a new wave of crazy draconian laws. I will say, you asked what keeps us motivated and about policy. So I'll start with policy. Thanks to many of the incredible members of the Progressive Caucus, the House passed, as immediate response to SB 8, the House passed the Women's Health Protection Act, which codified Roe v. Wade. That's critical legislation. It's sitting in the Senate. Senate Democratic leadership has assured us they are going to bring this up. We're excited. We're building national campaigns. It's not enough, but it's a start, and it protects a fundamental constitutional right. So I encourage everyone to think about how you can support the Women's Health Protection Act, and we're happy to be supportive over at NARAL. We're at naral.org. Happy to talk more with any of our colleagues on this call. So that's one. And number two, we've got to take our wins where we can. So Justice Breyer's announcement that he was going to retire, and President Biden's announcement that he's going to appoint a historic first, a Black woman to the Supreme Court, is a huge moment for reproductive freedom. We've got to make sure this Black woman justice is a champion for reproductive freedom, and we feel pretty good about the names that have been floated out there. They're all amazing. And we want to be an effective coalition helping push this nominee through the finish line. And we know we have to be united, especially as feminist organizations, because we know a Black woman for the Supreme Court is going to unleash some incredible, nasty, vitriolic, racist attacks. So we want to be unified with our friends. We want to put Black women leaders up front, out first, and we need to be ready to really push back against the kinds of attacks that, frankly, we've gotten used to seeing, but we just can't let up.
That's a lot, Minnie. There's a lot happening. You directed us to really focus on making sure that we join these campaigns that are trying to advance federal legislation. And I heard you talk about the need to continue to organize on the ground. Now, you ended really with bringing in an important lens into this conversation, because we know that the attacks on reproductive rights disproportionately impact people of color and poor people.
Yeah.
So how does the work to protect the right to abortion intersect with broader fights for racial and economic justice? And what are the kinds of shifts that the progressive movement needs to make so that those intersections are helping to fuel our collective power?
It's such an important question, especially as we see the prospect of Roe falling. And, we've always said Roe was the floor, not the ceiling. It was not the all-in solution. We need to be building access to abortion, building reproductive freedom beyond Roe. So, I need to give a shout out and credit where credit's due. The women of color leaders in the reproductive justice movement have been critical in making these connections for the rest of us. And we follow where they lead. And we're listening, we're learning, we're doing better. I think we're growing as a movement because of the great sacrifices and work done by our leaders in the RJ space. And that's where we've really had a wake-up call about a couple of things. The Hyde Amendment is something that we've been struggling with for a long time. Many of the Progressive Caucus members have been really critical champions on this, on trying to get rid of the Hyde Amendment from appropriations. It bans use of federal funds and Medicaid to cover almost all abortions, but it doesn't limit a state's ability to use its own funds to cover abortion. And this is important because who gets disproportionately affected by bans like this? People of color. And this wasn't an accident. Henry Hyde, when he brought this language forward, had every intent of banning abortion, but Medicaid was his best vehicle to do it. So what we're seeing in, the drip attacks on Roe, the number of restrictions that have eroded Roe since 1973 have all disproportionately affected communities of color. There can be no true reproductive freedom without civil rights and reproductive justice and without a whole of community approach. Restrictions like this compound our costs of care, create additional roadblocks, finding transportation, taking time off work for travel, securing childcare. For many communities of color, these are completely insurmountable. This is exactly why extremist politicians enacted these cruel laws in the first place. And look, the true motivations of these groups are, you just look a little bit, peel the onion and look back at their history. The anti-abortion, anti-choice extremist movement has roots in the white supremacist movement. We know that they are intertwined. We saw it last week at the March for Life when neo-Nazi groups joined them and white supremacist groups joined them. And we kind of joked, okay, aren't they the same groups? They're the same funders. They're funded by the same dark money, led by the same activists. So we've known all along the roots of the opposition to abortion rights. Now we have to be much more upfront in centering stories of the communities most affected and the leaders who are the boldest and bravest in the movement, which are women of color. There really is no true reproductive justice without human rights, without justice for all our communities. It's all intertwined. And it's just that I think for so long, Lorella, we've been compartmentalized as movements. And I think several of my other panelists have said this. We just have to be, as I think Damon said it, bring people in. We got to be interconnected. We can't be like civil rights here, voting rights here, housing rights here, repro here. They're all intertwined and interconnected. We've got to be better as organizers at centering those stories and connecting the dots.
Minnie, that is such a nice closing to this particular part of the conversation, because really you're talking about people don't live single issue lives. Right? One of our fans said that. One of the people we look up to, one of the women, Audre Lorde, we look up to, said that. And it's such a reminder, but it's something we so often forget. And then you also talked about meeting people where they are and actually doing the work of helping to transform people and to bring them along. But if our expectations always, you just got to meet us exactly where we are, then we're not actually creating on-ramps for more people to join our movement. So, I want to transition, but I want to bring in Deepak Bhargava, who was facilitating the previous panel, really said there needs to be if we are in an existential fight against authoritarianism, there are no separate lanes in which individual issues can be won. And everything that you said just spoke to that very crisp line about how we must rethink the way that we carry our fights into the future. So I am so excited and proud that you are at the helm of NARAL. And with that, I want to call in Nick Tilson. All right, Nick. He is a citizen of Oglala Lakota Nation, father of 4, and founder and president of the NDN Collective. Prior to NDN, Nick founded and served as the executive director of the Thunder Valley Community Development Corporation for 12 years, working in his home community on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. He really created the NDN Collective to scale place-based solutions and innovations around climate resiliency, sustainable housing, and equitable community development, and to really build the collective power of Indigenous people. Nick, it feels so appropriate to wrap up our discussion with you, given where we are with the climate crisis and the fact that it is truly existential for us all. So I want to start by asking you, Indigenous communities and organizers are at the forefront of the fight to tackle climate change. What does an Indigenous-led climate response look like? And how does the Land Back movement play a part in this?
Thanks for having me on. Great question. I mean, Indigenous people have been on the front lines of the climate movement and the environmental justice movement for decades, right? Because we don't see these issues as siloed, just like you were talking about. They're intertwined. In almost every Indigenous language in the world, there is a phrase that we're all related. In my language, we say "Medakuyase," which means that we're all related. But from a policy standpoint, it's really about acknowledgement that these are systems that are all interconnected. And the reason why climate change is on absolute escalated levels right now is because we're living in an extractive-based economy. And that has been the policy that has supported that extractive-based economy. And in the process of building that extractive-based economy, they have absolutely stolen and robbed Indigenous people's lands and our human rights in the process. And so the interesting thing about Land Back and the Land Back movement that is building is it's about not only the reclamation of land itself, but it's also about the reclamation of many of the things that were lost in the process of the stealing of our land, our economic systems, our governance systems, our societal systems. There's a big, strong, abolitionist part to this and a dismantled part to the Land Back movement, because many of the systems that have been put in place have been put in place to ensure that our land and the things that were stolen continue to be stolen from our people. And so those things have to be dismantled. And I think how you see that show up in the cross intersections of the climate movement is you see some of the goals that are coming out of the administration who are acknowledging that Indigenous people have been preserving and protecting biodiversity here in the United States and globally. So you're seeing things come out of the administration, like prioritizing co-management of public lands and return of public lands back to tribes for the purpose of helping fight climate change in the world. You're also seeing that work play out on the front lines, whether it be the KXL pipeline that we shut down, the resistance on the Line 3 pipeline, the resistance on Line 5 pipeline, or even the DAPL pipeline that's currently operating illegally without a permit. So you're starting, you see this interconnectedness of these issues.
Nick, I'm getting some messages. People want to know a little bit more about the Land Back movement. Not everyone is familiar. Who is it? What are the demands, and what is the vision?
Yeah, so the Land Back movement is a movement that was primarily started by Indigenous people in the North artists who are trying to articulate what we're fighting for. And what the land back movement is, it's a movement to return indigenous lands back into indigenous hands and to rebuild Native communities in the process of that. And so, there's one part of this movement that is directly related to that. You actually just have to return the land. We're actually saying what we actually want. If you return the land, you can rebuild indigenous communities, and indigenous communities can help preserve and protect the land for all of humanity. But there can't be a conversation about reparations and repair in this country if it doesn't include a conversation about the return of indigenous lands back into indigenous hands. It's also an on-ramp for collective liberation, because we think that there is a world that we think that the future exists with Black reparations and the return of indigenous land back into indigenous hands at the same time. And that those things are fundamental. For that to happen, we have to abolish many systems that have been put in place to ensure that land continues to be stolen from us. So that's one of the big issues about what land back is about. It's also, a collective war cry for the liberation of indigenous people. It's a meta narrative that has come out of our people, one that people connect from the front lines all the way to policy, in the halls of Congress. And so I think that that's what the land back movement is really about. And it's a new way to frame what indigenous rights is really about, and say exactly what we're fighting for.
I'm just sitting with how powerful that is. You said it is saying what we actually want, land back movement. Thank you for that, and for sharing all of that with us and for calling us in, because it is really your struggle is my struggle. And I think that is one connection, one through line in this panel is really seeing that when we talk about voting rights, we really have to apply it to everyone. When we talk about reproductive justice and freedom, when we talk about liberation. And so I want to ask you, can you tell us a little bit more about the barriers, particular barriers to voting for Indigenous communities, and how can the progressive movement and progressive allies better defend Indigenous people's voting rights?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think one of the fundamental things that people don't understand is that over half of the population of Native Indian people in this country are in the urban centers. And so what people don't realize is the same discrimination that people of color are happening in urban centers, whether it be in Georgia, Michigan, Arizona, any of these places that are battlegrounds. Indigenous people are being discriminated the same way that many of the urban people are in those places. So that's one important fact, is to remember that they're part of the cultural fabric and populations that make up in those urban places. In rural areas, we have huge challenges of distances to polls. We have people imposing states that are imposing laws where we have to have a physical address, even though everybody in these rural places and on these reservations are operating with PO boxes. They're not allowing tribal IDs that are actually federally recognized IDs to be used in some of these places. So there's these huge amounts of challenges that exist that exist in those places. Also, especially when it comes to rural places, the resources to support, get out to vote efforts come way, way, way late, if it ever comes to Native people. And because we're dealing with one of the issues of erasure, Indigenous people, even in the progressive movement, are often the afterthought. Oh man, we forgot about the Indians. We gotta get a place for them. We were happy to see that the Native American Voting Rights Act was included in the John Lewis Act. That needs to be the standard. I mean, that in Indian people have not had a baseline of voting rights. We've been fighting for that act for decades. And sometimes in past efforts, it has not even been included. So we need to make that standard, that Indigenous voting rights and Native American voting rights is standard, a part of every single conversation moving forward. And that has to be the floor, not the ceiling,
I'm getting a little note that we have just a couple more minutes. So I want to ask you this question, given that we're talking about the wins from this last year, how did the progressive policy wins of 2021 impact Indigenous communities? And what are the areas where Indigenous communities could have been included more meaningfully?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest wins, we've seen the impact that Secretary Haaland has had on Indian country, particularly in having her in that, as the Secretary of the Department of Interior, that impacts most of the federally recognized tribes, or all of the federally recognized tribes in Indian country, and seeing some of the policies and things coming out of there, like the administration making it a priority to enter into co-management agreements with tribes for public lands, the protection of sacred places like Bears Ears, the protection around the buffer zone around Chaco Canyon, like some of the conversations that the administration has now beginning engaged in the Black Hills of South Dakota. So I think that we've started to see that the administration has been able to look, and the progressive movement has been able to acknowledge that Indigenous land rights is directly related to climate justice and fighting climate change, and that there's a huge cross intersection for impact in those places. And we've seen action happen in those places. What we want to see more of, is, increase resources for education. Some of the lowest economic mobility and education mobility of any children in America is right here in South Dakota, and the native children right here in South Dakota. And we continue to see a systemic underinvestment of education both on the federal and state level going into Native communities. And so we want to see those funding opportunities increase, and the flexibility needed to be able to incorporate things like language and culture. And with all of these conversations about critical race theory happening in the country, it seems like, immersion programs, language immersion programs and culture is absolutely under attack. And then you see things like there's 26 states in the United States that don't teach any American Indian history. So the erasure of Indigenous people is active. And we need, as a progressive movement, we need to recognize that we are the ones who hold the line. If it's not happening in the progressive movement in these conversations, it is not happening,
Such a powerful reminder and a call to all of us to do better. So we have a little bit of time. So I want to ask, you can comment on, and we're going to keep them short. We're going to do a rapid round on, what is giving you hope in this moment as we chart the path forward. But also I would love to hear, if not that, what is one thing that you learned from one of the other speakers today that's really staying with you and that we're going to ruminate on? Minnie, I'm going to start with you.
I just started following Nick on Twitter. I was like, I need to do a better job of integrating and being connected to the Native and Indigenous communities and think about how this abortion fight affects and reproductive freedom, because we know that Native women have been disproportionately affected by white supremacist violence and have a unique story to tell here. So Nick, I hope to connect with you soon and check in and do some storytelling together maybe, because this is such a shared important fight. And I loved the whole panel. It was fantastic. One thing I didn't get to talk about is how NARAL really dove in on the voting rights fight and made some endorsement changes. Policy, I know this is not C4, but I'll just say it was really important to us to not just show allyship, but to draw the direct connection between voting rights, civil rights, and reproductive freedom, and not to be on the sidelines, and to understand that these fights, everything from critical race theory to fights on democratic institutions, are set up by the same bad actors who have an allied agenda, and we should have an allied agenda too. So just fantastic to share space with all of you today and be with you, my dear friend Lorella.
So powerful, Minnie. Damon.
Well, there's so much there. One thing, like Minnie, I want to take some time with my team and think about the briefs we filed on behalf of the civil rights community in the Jackson Women's Health case and Holman's Health cases. Have we taken as broad a view as we should, and inclusive a view as we should? And one of the things I really give Minnie so much credit for is your heads up, your shout out rather to women of color led groups. There's so many on the ground that aren't even getting funding for this work. Don't even have the traditional structures, but they're doing the work. And then also for Nick, the work that I know we've done on the John Lewis bill, and one of our lawyers, Jim Tucker, who's worked so much in the Native community, whether it be Alaska, Southwest, is critical, right? It's not a regional issue. It's not an isolated issue. It is an American issue. And I think we have to continue to bring that to the fore and get that one senator who we thought was our shared champion to really be more vocal. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Nick, we're all noodling on so much of what everyone here has said, but really you've made us stop for a second and really wrestle with, and it's such a good call to action for all of us and an example of how we need to be rethinking the way that we carry out these fights. And I think Minnie, the action that NARAL took is a direct example when we talk about making people uncomfortable, is a direct example of what it means to really leverage the power that we do have and to not be afraid. Hadar, I'm going to go to you and then go to Nick.
Great. So, I'm gonna switch my hat for a second and say just all this talk of voting rights, the years that I spent working up in the ARC Jewish Action in partnership with so many groups, with African-American groups and Native American groups and Latino and so many constituencies. And, it's one of the best examples I think we have in the progressive movement of different communities coming together and everybody understanding, first of all, it's a priority. We don't all experience, of course, voter discrimination in the same way, but it's a priority for our groups and it's the bedrock of our democracy. Any of the things we want to do, all of the issues we care about, reproductive freedom, everything else rests on voting rights. And we all need to come together and work on that. And so this was just a really heartening, reminder for me. It's not my day-to-day these days, but it's something I care deeply about and that I'm proud, frankly, that the American Jewish community is deeply engaged in partnership around. So I thank you all.
Thank you. Nick?
Yeah, one big thing that we've always talked about, is that we don't recognize as Indigenous people the colonial borders that divide our Indigenous people, our Indigenous nations. And so earlier in the panel, when Hadar said our progressive values can't stop at the border, that hit like directly home to me. And I think that there is a growing solidarity movement between the Palestinian and the Indigenous peoples movement in this part of the country, and land back is one of those conversations that is beginning to happen. And so I'm looking forward to those, those continued conversations, and looking forward to figuring out how we continue to tear down these walls between us so that collective liberation is not just a destination, but we build a culture of collective liberation amongst our movements.
Democracy and liberation really is the through lines of our conversation. I want to thank you, Nick, and to all our speakers, Damon, Hadar, Minnie. I really wish that we had more time to hear from each of you, but really to be in like a living room styled conversation. I want to give a special thanks to the Progressive Caucus Action Fund and to all the people who worked to put on today's summit. What an incredible day of rich discussion. I know we have a special speaker coming right after us. And I also want to give a shout out to our ASL interpreter. Listen, our work has never been easy. Our work has never been easy. And if we learned anything from the Trump era, it is that progress isn't linear and it's certainly never guaranteed. But we continue to demand justice because we know that a better world is possible. We fight for our futures, for our children's futures, and for all the generations that follow. We fight for a future that we must envision together, as our speakers reminded us. And it is true that we may be fighting for a future that we don't see in our lifetimes. But what I know deep in my heart is that there is either a better future or a worse future. And whether it's better or worse is a direct result of the work that we choose to dedicate ourselves to every day. And what a panel to remind us what that work looks like every day. Thank you all again. Alan, back to you.
What an incredible discussion. Lorella, thanks for leading that exciting exchange. And I don't know about you folks out there, but I'm definitely fired up for the work ahead as we build a stronger, more united, people-led movement to win the change our families need to thrive. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce one of our nation's leading public progressive voices. Katrina Vanden Heuvel is the editorial director and publisher of The Nation, a weekly columnist for The Washington Post, and the author of several must-read books telling the stories of reformers and changemakers. Through her journalism and public service, she spent her career lifting up the voices of everyday people and fighting for peace, justice, and equality for all. Katrina?
Alan, thank you so much. And thank you, Progressive Congress Action Fund, for this extraordinary day. The need to regroup is always there, but especially in these times. And to hear Representative Jayapal and Pocan and Raskin and others has been inspiring, and the organizers and activists. And we have a special guest at this point. It's a transformational time, but a challenging time. And there's no one better, I think, to speak to that at this moment than Bernie Sanders. He called the Congressional Progressive Caucus into being in 1991 because he understood it was necessary to establish a permanent base for a movement politics within the Congress. And it was a visionary move that he made, and his work with a handful of allies created what is now one of the largest and most influential caucuses in the Congress. What's important to remember about the senator's vision is that it extended from his years of engagement as an activist, an elected official, as a civil rights campaigner, who was arrested fighting for open housing in the early 60s, as an economic justice advocate who sought to build urban-rural coalitions, as the Democratic Socialist mayor of the largest city in his state, and as an independent member of the US House and now the US Senate, and as a transformational, truly transformational Democratic presidential candidate who changed the boundaries of our politics and what's possible. The Nation magazine endorsed Bernie Sanders twice. And we did so in each case more than just endorsing Senator Sanders, the person. We endorsed the movement politics he was amplifying and extending. And this politics, it will be challenged. It will always be challenged in a country where most people aren't raising $27 a person, but make real the promise of social, economic, racial justice, of peace, and of a planet that is habitable for all people. You know, when some have dismissed Bernie Sanders' politics or ours as radical, I love when Bernie Sanders goes on Meet the Press and they look horrified and he says, well, I'm talking about vision, hearing aids, dental care. These are the basics of a civilized society. The caucus recognizes the necessity of changing the Democratic Party, the United States, and the world. And it does so with a fierce urgency, which Dr. King taught us to embrace. And it makes what once seemed utopian real, what seemed radical mainstream, and still holds up what could be, because we got a lot of challenges. And that's the vision Bernie Sanders outlined 3 decades ago. He's now chair of the Senate Budget Committee, which is kind of hard to believe. What's not hard to believe, he's one of the consciences, if one can say that, of the Senate. I'm honored to welcome Bernie Sanders today as the person who has, again and again, shown us the potential and the power of the progressive solidarity that is embodied by the Congressional Progressive Caucus. And if I could, Senator Sanders, it's been a tough year, but when I put up my tree and I put up my little Bernie Sanders with mittens, it's joy. Anyway, very good to see you, Senator Sanders, and your friends at the Nation send their very best, and in the Nation.
Well, Katrina, thank you very much for your kind words. And let me thank everyone for inviting me to participate in the Progressive Strategy Summit. What all of us are trying to do, and we've heard it over and over again this afternoon, is fight for working families, fight for justice, fight for the progressive vision that this country and world needs if this country and if democracy and if decency is in fact going to survive. And I want to just take a second to make everybody remember and appreciate and take pride in how far we have come as progressives in recent years. We sometimes take it for granted. But as Katrina indicated, I helped found way back in '91 the House Progressive Caucus. And frankly, never in a million years would I have dreamed that it would be as strong and as effective as it is today. And I want to congratulate Tremillo and all of the folks in the caucus for the enormously important work that they have done and are doing. And also, and Katrina made this point, is that to the consternation of corporate America, and in fact, the corporate wing of the Democratic Party. We have significantly changed political consciousness in this country. We have to redefine what is politically possible and, in fact, what the American people want and what they believe. And here is the simple truth, and that is whether you're Black or you're white or you're Latino, you're Asian American, Native American, you're gay, you're straight, you're male, you're female. Poll after poll shows that the progressive agenda, what we are fighting for, is what the American people want. And don't let anybody ever convince you otherwise. Our agenda is the agenda of the working families of this country. At a time of massive and growing income and wealth inequality, and who else but us talks about that obvious fact? The American people do want the big money interests to start paying their fair share of taxes. They understand that it is absurd that two people own more wealth than the bottom 40% of the American people, and that the gap between the very rich and everyone else is wider than it has been in 100 years. They understand that it is unacceptable that huge Wall Street private equity firms like BlackRock control trillions of dollars in assets and have significant influence over hundreds of companies employing millions of workers. In other words, the American people do not like oligarchy, and they want us to stand up to the oligarchs. And the American people know that our healthcare system is dysfunctional, and they want us to lower the cost of prescription drugs, and Medicare for all is gaining more and more support over the last few years. The mantra that healthcare is a human right and not a privilege is gaining support all across this country. And the American people understand that we have got to address the fact that we should be covering dental care and hearing aids and eyeglasses under Medicare. And they understand that we cannot continue to have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major country on earth. And then we got to greatly improve our child care and pre-K system so that people are not spending outrageous sums of money to simply make sure that their kids are well taken care of. And the American people understand that we have got to build affordable housing in this country, that it is a moral disgrace that 500,000 people are homeless. They want us to end the embarrassment of being the only major country on earth not to have paid family and medical leave. And yes, the American people know that climate change is not only real, but it threatens the very existence of our country and planet, and that we have to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel. And all of these provisions, as I think everybody knows, are sitting right there in this Build Back Better plan. And as again, everybody knows, the House got it passed, but the Senate lacks 2 votes, Senator Manchin and Senator Sinema, to get it passed. And I just want to say a word on that. I happen to believe that the current strategy of the Democratic leadership is wrong. I think that for the last 6 months, we have cajoled, we have begged, we have compromised, we have negotiated, we have sat in back rooms for endless conversations to get these 2 senators to pass, they help us pass the Voting Rights Act, which is so significant if we're going to maintain American democracy, and to pass Build Back Better to protect the working families of this country. And we have failed. We have failed from a policy point of view. We haven't succeeded. And we have failed from a political point of view in the sense that our people, our supporters, are becoming demoralized. And what polls show is that everything continues the way it is. The Republicans stand a good chance of regaining the House and, in fact, taking the Senate. So I think we've got to change course. And I think what we have got to do is what democracy is all about. We got to bring the issues that impact the working class of this country onto the floor of the United States Senate, and we've got to vote. And if every Republican wants to vote against doing all of the things that are overwhelmingly popular that the American people want, they're going to have to go home and explain it to their constituents. And if Senators Manchin and Sinema want to do the same, they're going to have to go home and explain it to their constituents. But what we have got to do now, and do it very quickly, is show the working families of this country that at least 48 of us in the US Senate are prepared to stand with them. We're prepared to take on the wealthy, the powerful, the oligarchs, and we're prepared to fight for a series, an agenda of proposals which meet the needs, the long neglected needs of working families. So that is something that I'm going to be fighting for in the coming days and weeks. And second of all, I would say on a very optimistic note, we have been working with a number of trade unions around this country in helping them in their strikes. And as some of you may know, just the other day, a few days ago in Colorado, the Commercial Food and Workers, the United UFCW, won a huge victory against Kroger. 8,400 workers in Colorado were out on strike. They stood up firmly and they won a very strong and positive contract. We're working with workers all over this country. We're trying to organize shops at Starbucks, and they're doing a great job. We've worked with other unions that have won and others that are still out on strike. So I think that in this very difficult moment, when we're trying to prevent the destruction of American democracy, when we're trying to save the planet from climate change, when we're trying to protect working families from the dangers of oligarchy and income and wealth inequality. Now is the time, more than ever before, to be clear about what we stand for and prepared to take our issues to the American people. And I know that progressives all across this country are working day and night to do just that. And what we stand for, which is economic justice, racial justice, social justice, environmental justice, this is what the American people want. So let's go forward together. Let's keep up the fight. Now, more than ever, it's important that we stand firm and we do what has to be done. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Senator Sanders, for those inspiring words and your continued work to champion working families in Congress, and importantly, for reminding us that the progressive agenda is what the people want. Now I'm delighted to hand the mic over to my friend and collaborator, John Kavina, to introduce our final speaker of the night. John is a senior advisor at the Institute for Policy Studies and an advisor and supporter of many critical movement organizations. As an economist, author, policy wonk, and keen strategist, John is an unstoppable advocate for equity and justice. John?
Thank you so much, Alan, for all that you do and for this amazing summit. It gives me great joy to introduce someone whom IPS and I have had the pleasure to make beautiful trouble with for over 25 years, and whose unshakable sense of hope and unwavering fighting spirit, regardless of the obstacles and challenges in her path, inspire us all. Of course, I'm talking about Congresswoman Barbara Lee. Imagine she has chaired both the Congressional Black Caucus and the Congressional Progressive Caucus, and she continues to weave both of them together today. As chair of the Majority Leader's Task Force on Poverty, this past year, she teamed up with the Progressive Caucus and the Poor People's Campaign to launch the third Reconstruction Resolution to end poverty and systemic racism in this country. Last fall, lawmakers in the nation finally acknowledged what Representative Lee knew was right in 2001, that we had no business invading Afghanistan. For more than 20 years, she has been a voice of clarity and reason, calling for an end to forever wars and calling for reductions in the bloated war budget. And her courage is as true and strong today as it was on September 14th, 2001, when she stood alone. I'll end with her most recent win, her leadership role in creating the American Women Quarters Program and convincing them that their first quarter should be none other than the legendary poet Maya Angelou, whose first stanza of her most famous poem could have been written about Barbara Lee. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I'll rise. Such an honor to work with you and to introduce you today, and may your inspirational voice continue to lead our movement as we all fight for racial equity, peace, and social justice. Congresswoman Barbara Lee.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction, John. And thank you to the Progressive Caucus Action Fund for holding this very important panel discussion. I also want to take this opportunity to say how grateful I am to work alongside so many of my progressive colleagues and friends that we've heard from today, especially Chairwoman Jayapal. As progressives, we can never forget what we have achieved and will continue to achieve for the people. Progressives organized, energized, and achieved real wins over the past year. Now is the time to build on those wins. We saw firsthand how much of a difference the expanded child tax credit passed as part of the American Rescue Plan made in the lives of millions of families. We can't stop until we make it permanent and cut child poverty in half. We passed historic investments in public transit and clean water in the bipartisan infrastructure law. But we all know it won't be nearly enough. We must keep pushing to get a climate deal that meets the scale of the crisis that we face. From climate action to paid leave to drug pricing reform, the American people need the Build Back Better agenda. Now more than ever, as we enter a new stage of this pandemic, we must provide opportunity to working families. The Omicron variant has reminded us that this pandemic is impacting certain communities disproportionately. We must make long overdue investments in those communities. In communities of color, the low income and working people of our country deserve these investments. Caregivers and seniors. Our values are simple. All people deserve to live a life of dignity, equality, and respect. All people deserve clean air and clean water. And in a modern and moral society, all people deserve a quality home, an affordable home, healthcare, childcare, and education. These are basic human rights. Not only do our values and agenda have strong support in the public, we are making progress on delivering on it. Progress takes time, but our consistent fight will get us across the finish line. 20 years ago, yes, I was the only member of Congress to vote against the authorization to use military force that I believe would become a blank check for endless war. Unfortunately, that prediction came true. Now we are on track to repeal the 2002 AUMF and build on that to end forever wars once and for all. It can take time to build support for the policies that we know are right, but that cannot discourage us. We must keep fighting, and we must fight harder and faster. Thank you all for being here today. I look forward to continuing to fight for a more just society alongside my colleagues in the Progressive Caucus.
Thank you, Congresswoman Lee, and thank you to all of the amazing activists, strategists, advocates, policy wonks, and organizers that shared their stories and insights with us today. And thanks to all of our special guest elected officials who joined us to talk about legislating for the people. And most of all, thanks to all of you who joined the summit today and for all the work that you do. I hope that we're all able to take a breath, to claim and celebrate our victories and wins, and strategize and gear up for the fight for the future. Together, we can make the lasting change we need for everyone to thrive. Good night.